entitlement. We will begin shortly. The VIP is already in the holding room, but before that, let me just share with you the housekeeping rules. So firstly, to avoid any interruptions, we would advise all participants to please put your phone on silent mode. And for those who are joining us online via Zoom, to kindly switch off your microphones. And secondly, to ensure the smooth running of this event, we would advise the participants to not leave the hall until the end of the session. And lastly, at the end of this session, we would also seek your kind assistance to fill in the evaluation form. The evaluation form can be found in the conference website, and to those who are joining us via Zoom, it is already attached in the chat box. So I hope you all enjoy the program today, and please keep safe. Thank you. Boleh, okay, dah tutup lah. Highlight, spotlight tutup. Macam mana? Untuk orang mesti datang. Oh, dia cakap speak louder. Announcing the arrival of the BIP, Mr. Timo Guzman, Deputy Rector, Professor Dr. Akmal Huzairi, Dr. Maizatun Mustafa, as well as Dr. Roger, Mr. Roger. Ikut situ. That way. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and greetings to the honorable guest, the Honorable Professor Dr. Akmal Huzairi Abdurrahman, representing the Rector of the International Islamic University Malaysia, the Honorable Mr. Timo Guzman, Councillor, Deputy Head of the Delegation of the European Union to Malaysia, Professor Dr. Farid Sufyan bin Shuaib, Dean of the Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws IIUM, Associate Professor Dr. Zuraida Haji Ali, Director of the Harun and Hashim Law Center, Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws IIUM, Associate Professor Dr. Maizatun Mustafa, Coordinator of the Climate Change Policy and Law Center, honorable guests, distinguished panelists and moderators, participants, ladies and gentlemen. I am Zati Ilham binti Abdul Manaf, your MC for today, and on behalf of the organizers, I would like to welcome all of you to the Regional Conference and Roundtable on Climate Change Policy and Law. It is our privilege to have all of you here with us today. Before we proceed further, let's all take a moment to recite Kitab Al-Fatiha. This event is currently being held at the Senate Hall, Muhammad Abdul Rauf Building at the International Islamic University Malaysia, and is also being streamed live via Zoom and at the IIUM official YouTube channel. It is jointly organized by the Climate Change Policy and Law Center, as well as the Harun M. Hashim Law Center. The aim of this regional conference and roundtable discussion is to bring together academics as well as professionals to share ideas on the development of a master's degree curriculum related to the mitigation and adaptation to climate change. It is hoped that the curriculum would later attract prospective students from both legal and non-legal background. Just to give an overview of the event, today's event will be divided into two sessions. So this morning's session will feature the opening event as well as the keynote speech by the Honorable Mr. Timo Guzman. And after the break, we will proceed with the second keynote speech by Associate Professor Dr. Albert Ruda Gonzalez. and the roundtable discussion featuring the 3 esteemed speakers and moderator. To formally welcome everyone to this event, let me now invite Associate Professor Dr. Maizatun Mustafa, the coordinator of the Climate Change Policy and Law Center, to deliver her welcoming remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Zati. The Honorable Professor Dr. Akmal Kusairi bin Abdul Rahman, Deputy Rector, Student Development and Community Engagement, IIUM, the Honorable Mr. Timo Guzman, Councillor and Deputy Head of Delegation of European Union to Malaysia, Professor Dr. Farid Sufyan Shoaib, Dean Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, Associate Professor Dr. Zuraida Ali, Director, Harun M. Hashim Law Center, esteemed speakers, respected invitees from academic, industry, government agencies, civil societies, NGOs, colleagues, students, and committee members, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and good morning to everyone. A very warm greeting to all who are here today for the Regional Conference and Roundtable on Climate Change Policy and Law, organized by the Climate Change Policy and Law Center and Harun M. Hashim Law Center, Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, IIUM. I am more than grateful to welcome all of you to this important event. It is indeed an honor to have with us this morning the Honorable Mr. Timo Guzman, Councillor and Deputy Head of Delegation of the European Union to Malaysia, for the keynote speech. It is also a privilege for me to extend my deep appreciation to the Honorable Professor Dr. Akmal Kusairi bin Abdul Rahman, Deputy Rector, Student Development and Community Engagement, IIUM, representing the Honorable Rector, Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Zulkifli Abdul Razak, for being here to give an opening address and to soft launch the newly established Climate Change Policy and Law Center, IIUM. The launching of the CCPL Center is also in conjunction with the commemoration of the 40th anniversary of International Islamic University Malaysia, as well as the 40th anniversary of the Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, IIUM. For those who are not familiar with the Climate Change Policy and Law Center, allow me to briefly introduce you to the center. In 2021, our research team from IIUM had secured funding for the Erasmus Climate Change Policy and Law project, together with other consortium partners from India, Vietnam, Spain, the United Kingdom, Greece, and Malaysia. I believe that my consortium partners are here with us online. Hello, everyone. Our key deliverables for this Erasmus project are to create a physical climate change policy and law center, to develop climate change policy and law curriculum, and to offer the course at a postgraduate level. In December 2021, the University Management Committee had approved the establishment of the CCPL Center, which is sharing facilities and resources with an existing center at IIUM, the Harun M. Hashim Law Center. The CCPL Center main activities include to host classes for the LLM program using innovative education methodology and hybrid learning, to support in research and publication, to organize conferences and networking, to conduct meetings with partners and stakeholders, and to undertake dissemination and exploitation activities relating to climate change policy and law. Despite newly established, the CCPL Center is ambitious in piloting a multidisciplinary LLM program on climate change policy and law, which integrate other disciplines such as science, economy, engineering, and so on. The CCPL Center upholds the principle that interdisciplinary knowledge and skills are required to attain profound theoretical and practical understanding on climate change policy and law in order to produce postgraduate students and future policymakers who acquire high-level expertise on environmental policies and law to respond to challenges on climate change and sustainable development. Through the keynote speeches, and roundtable discussion by speakers and panelists who are experts from multidisciplinary areas relating to climate change curriculum, as well as climate change policy and law, it is hoped that the objective of this event could be achieved. It is also hoped that this regional conference and roundtable will be able to raise awareness on the importance of the delivery of the educational course on climate change policy and law, and to interact with high-level and key stakeholders in order to promote and make the course more appealing. From the support received from various stakeholders, we are hopeful that the CCPL Center or Climate Change Policy and Law Center will become a vital hub of teaching and research on climate change and will play an important role in educating future environmental auditors, corporate managers, practitioners, professionals, and policymakers about policy actions on climate change. The CCPL Center welcomes prospective partners from public and private sectors, higher learning institutions, and NGOs to work together on activities relating to climate change policy and law, including carrying research and publication, organizing events, conducting meetings, and undertaking community-related activities. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone here, including our virtual participants, for participating in this regional conference and roundtable on climate change policy and law. Finally, I would like to thank all who have involved and contributed in this event and in establishing the CCPL Center. Wishing everyone here a very fruitful and enjoyable conference and roundtable today. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maizatun. As you all know, this program is currently being live on Zoom. We currently have 42 participants who are with us today. So we are also proud to have Harun M. Hashim Law Center as our co-organizer for this event. Therefore, we would now like to invite the director of the center, Associate Professor Dr. Zuraida Haji Muhammad Ali, to also extend her welcoming remarks to the participants.
Thank you, Dr. Zati. Honorable Professor Dr. Akmal Huzairi Abdul Rahman, representing Rector International Islamic University Malaysia. Honorable Mr. Timo Guzman, Councillor, Deputy Head of Delegation of the European Union to Malaysia. Professor Dr. Farid Sufyan Shoaib, Dean Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws. Associate Professor Dr. Maizatun Mustafa, Coordinator, Climate Change Policy and Law Center, Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Law. Honorable guests, distinguished panelists and moderators, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning to all. On behalf of Harun M. Hashim Law Center, I would like to welcome all participants to the regional conference and roundtable on climate change policy and law. Climate change is the single most important challenge that confronts all of us in this century. And before we go on a very serious note, matters relating to climate change has reminded me of one Malay old folk song. It's a kampung song for Mr. Timun. And in Malaysian language, we call the song Bangau O Bangau. I will just share with, I think most of our students and participants from Malaysia knows the song. I don't have to sing it out. All right, I will share the verse. The first verse will be in Malay. Okay, bangau oh bangau, kenapa kau kurus? Macam mana aku tak kurus, ikan tak timbul. So translation of it, stock oh stock, why are you so skinny? How can I not be skinny? Fish does not want to surface. And it goes on and on to say, fish oh fish, why won't you surface? How can I not be long? How can I surface? Grass is so long. And it goes to grass, asking the grass, and the grass say, the buffalo is not eating me. And the buffalo say, why aren't you eating the grass? My stomach is aching. And stomach, oh stomach, why are you aching? How can I not aching? I ate raw rice. And you ask the rice, and the rice blame it on the fire, and the fire say, blame it on the firewood. And firewood say, it's wet, and because it was raining, and they blame it on the rain. So the rain say, how can I not fall on it? Because the frog is calling me. And lastly, the frog say, how can I not call it? Snake wants to eat me. And the last verse is that, snake, oh snake, why don't you want to eat frog? And the frog say, the snake say, how can I not eat it? It is my food. So this is a song, I think a must for all kids in Malaysia to know. I think we sing it, at least for me, I know my great-grandparents know it. It goes to my generation, my grandparents, to my parents, to my siblings. My children know the song, and hopefully in the future, my grandchildren will know it as well. So if you were to look it from many contexts, because this song can be interpreted in many ways, depending on what issue you want. If you want to be on the issue on blaming, yeah, that will be the best song to sing. But if let's say, if we were to look it from an angle connecting with climate change, okay, we can see how our generation before us, okay, were concerned with what's happening around us. Okay, the use of society, the use of nature, animals, plants, or the current scenario in the area as the key point in the song, which was used for so many activities. And this was expressed in a beautiful and compact language and give deep meaning and impact. So through this information, a song was passed down from generation to generation, indirectly has given a kind of informal education on why it's important to sustain balanced ecology in the planet that we are living. Okay, on another note, in Surah Ar-Rum, Allah says, verse 41, mischief has appeared on land and sea because of them in the hand of man have earned that Allah may give them a taste of sorrow, the taste of some of their deed in order that they may turn back from evil. So indeed, the event of climate change has been happening was at the cost of human beings' own misappropriation, greed, and exploitation of the natural resources. This verse has reminded us on the failure of safeguarding the Mother Earth is the cause of natural disaster and climate change. The establishment of Climate Change Policy and Law Center in IIUM through Erasmus grant, which has been given to IIUM team headed by Associate Professor Dr. Maizatun, is the in things, especially in the current situation where there is a constant need to address climate crisis. And we at Harun M. Hashim Law Center believe that CCPL will be able to focus on legal and policy-oriented research activities in the area of climate change governance at both the international level and also ASEAN level. I believe that with the concept of shared facilities introduced by the university, we are able to go further in providing the society not only with academic accredited programs such as LLM International Law in Climate Change and Policy, but also training and workshop in ensuring the critical analysis on key international climate change governance issues, as well as interlinkages between climate change law and other disciplines will be further fostered and generated. Today, we are part of the whole process of climate change, whether we like it or not. If we are positive and would like to move forward, we will try to find any ways on how to work together and to be inclusive and to be inclusive. And Harun M. Hashim Law Center, a center for continuing education and also a small business arm to the Kuliah, has always believed in working together, not only to ensure the financial sustainability, but also in today's scenario, particularly referring to CCPL, which is main objective to develop and design new curricula on climate change policy and law at LLM level will be materialized. Before I end my welcoming speech, I would like to quote a very short quotation from Sir David Attenborough on climate change. He said, "This is a story of our changing planet and what we can do to help it thrive." Hoping that our small effort to initiate good policy and discussion on climate change will be one of our ways to help Mother Nature, Mother Earth thrive and survive. With the note, again, a big welcome to all distinguished guests and participants to the Regional Conference and Roundtable on Climate Change Policy and Law. Thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zuraida, for your beautiful speech, as well as a refresher on the Bangau or Bangau song. Okay, so our next agenda, ladies and gentlemen, for today's event is the soft launching of the Climate Change Policy and Law Center. So the Climate Change Policy and Law Center, in short CCPL, was established in the year 2021 through an international grant by Erasmus+. CCPL aims to develop curricular approach on climate change policy and law. So to launch this center, I now have the utmost pleasure to respectfully call upon the Honorable Professor Dr. Akmal Khuzairi Abdurrahman to deliver an opening address on behalf of the Rector and subsequently launch the Climate Change Policy and Law Center.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zati, Mr. Timo Guzman, Councillor, Deputy Head of Delegation of the European Union to Malaysia, Professor Dr. Farid Sufian Shuaib, the Dean of Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, IIUM, Associate Professor Dr. Zuraida Haji Ali, the Director for Harun M. Hashim Law Center, Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, IIUM, Associate Professor Dr. Maizatun Mustafa, the Coordinator for Climate Change Policy and Law Center, Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, IIUM, honorable guests, distinguished panelists and moderators, participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala barakatuh, and Guten Morgen und willkommen to Mr. Timo Guzman. On behalf of IIUM, I'd like to welcome all our guests to this conference and hope that it will bear fruitful results and manage to set the directions for the policies on and law in the near future. I will be reading the text of our Rector, Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, as he is currently in our special Board of Governors meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, IIUM is very pleased to host the regional conference and roundtable on climate change policy and law, jointly organized by the Climate Change Policy and Law Center and Harun M. Hashim Law Center, Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, IIUM, and also to witness the launching of the newly established Climate Change Policy and Law Center, or CCPL Center. The launching of the CCPL Center is in conjunction with the commemoration of the 40th anniversary of the International Islamic University Malaysia and the 40th anniversary of Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws. The establishment of the CCPL Center is timely and takes place in the context of the global and regional environmental threat of climate change. The climate crisis is already causing severe disruptions in lives and livelihoods. Global warming has caused worldwide population faces food and water insecurity, droughts, and severe floods. The list of disasters is quickly getting longer. Climate change is currently the most urgent and profoundly complex environment-related problem for the international community. Solutions are urgently needed in policy and governance to mitigate and reduce impacts, which involve cross-sectoral and cross-disciplinary perspectives to develop effective policy responses. Linking the international process and national policy-making processes and developing strategies to integrate climate and development actions, therefore, require prompt and careful consideration from policymakers that will have acquired the necessary expertise. The lack of know-how in formulating integrated development and climate actions and in exploiting various win-win options and co-benefits can cause serious barriers, leading to significant gaps between the formulation and implementation of effective policies affecting the climate. Interdisciplinary skills and expertise are required to acquire in-depth theoretical and practical understanding of the evolving environmental legal system, and in order to formulate robust policies. Today's climate challenges are already exacting a heavy toll. What can we as a higher learning institution do in dealing with this daunting challenge? The International Islamic University in Malaysia is fully committed to the SDG and climate change agenda, with facilities and dedicated academics who are experts in environmental and climate change from various disciplines, including law, sciences, engineering, medical, and economics. The CCPL Center is established to become the heart of policymaking and formulation of legislation in the region. The CCPL Center aspires to be a vital hub of teaching and research on climate change and to play an important role in educating future environmental auditors, corporate managers, practitioners, professionals, policymakers, and other relevant stakeholders about policy actions on mitigation and adaptation to climate change, while concurrently propagating social and governance measures. Through research, engagement, and networking, the CCPL Center would help attain cumulative buildup of societal awareness and influence the practices of the corporate sector, community stakeholders, and local and national governments on climate change governance. In today's world, it is really important not only to modernize the curricula and apply innovative pedagogical methodologies, whereas expand the use of open educational resources, but also internationalize the efforts of a global climate change law in order to create a common front that will deal with the 21st century challenges of climate change. Implementation of the Paris Agreement constitutes the world's roadmap for tackling climate change, and modernization of curricula will contribute to the process of better designing national climate action plans. Linking the international process and national policy-making processes should not only guarantee that countries' actions will be aligned with the Paris Agreement goals, but also increase the national pledges' credibility, defined as the likelihood that policymakers will keep promise to implement their pledges. The establishment of the CCPL Center coincides with the development strategy for higher education aimed at developing human capital by widening access to education and making higher learning education instrumental in creating knowledge-based economy. We recognize that environment and climate change agenda cannot be tackled separately from economics and society. Many environmental decisions today are based on economic factors. In this context, the CCPL Center can support in the understanding of climate change agenda from the framework of Islam in light of the contemporary environmental challenges such as deforestation, global warming, and how the use of technology and our lifestyles destroy nature and kill animals. I look forward the CCPL Center to be the hub in the internationalization of the higher education sector for IIUM and globally, and to champion for climate change in Islam. It is with great joy and with in the name of Allah, God of the most merciful, most compassionate, I officially soft launch Climate Change Policy and Law Center. I call IIUM. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And thank you very much.
Okay, thank you
Okay,
very
thank-
much, Professor Dr. Akmal Kuzari, for the insightful address on behalf of the rector and for launching the center. I hope everybody has enjoyed the video because we have more videos coming on. So distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the organizers have also prepared 2 short multimedia presentations for the purpose of this event today. I would like to request your kind attention while we play the video. So the first video is by our co-organizer, Harum M. Hashim Law Center.
The Harun M. Hashim Law Center was established in July 1997 and started its full operation in 1998 under the auspices of the Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, International Islamic University Malaysia, to offer selected academic programs and specialized training courses in various disciplines of law in the cause of promoting lifelong learning. We offer continuing legal education, mainly for professionals from various professions, seeking to improve and broaden their knowledge in various disciplines of law, legal research, writing, and enhance professional competency. Diploma in Administration of Islamic Judiciary. This postgraduate diploma program is a requirement of appointment of Sharia officers and Sharia lawyers. This program was developed considering the necessary and appropriate knowledge and skills to train and produce qualified and competent experts to implement the administration of the Islamic judiciary in Malaysia and the Islamic countries. This diploma is also beneficial for those who want to deepen their knowledge in aspects related to the administration of the Sharia judiciary. Diploma in Sharia and Legal Practice. This postgraduate diploma program combines substantive and procedural knowledge with the professional and advocacy skills required by legal practitioners and Sharia lawyers in Malaysia. This diploma is specially designed with the aim of producing skilled Sharia law practitioners who can understand, analyze, and resolve issues related to Sharia laws. There are 4 types of Master of Laws that are offered by this center, which are International Law, Islamic Banking and Finance, Business Law, and Administration of Islamic Law. Master of Laws in Administration of Islamic Law. This program is designed to produce professionals who are qualified in Sharia law to serve the judicial and legal services in the Muslim world. It aims to develop capable practitioners who have a mastery of the various aspects of the administration of Islamic law and the ability to critically view them from the conventional and Islamic perspectives. Master in Business Law. This program is designed to provide in-depth and practical knowledge of business law and how it affects business, accounting and finance, commercial and corporate environments. It enables participants to enhance the requisite skills and knowledge to practice as commercial lawyers within legal, accounting and other business-related professions. This program is also suitable for non-lawyers in charge of business operations at the managerial levels. Master in International Law. To expose the participants to this broad spectrum of international issues, they can choose to specialize in any of 3 areas of international law by following its specialization courses in addition to the requisite core courses. These areas of specialization are human rights and humanitarian law, international trade law, and maritime law. Master in Islamic Banking and Finance. This course provides a comprehensive understanding to the Islamic banking and finance law, augmented with an analysis of the situation in Malaysia and the global perspectives. Data Protection and Privacy Law. This module provides participants with an in-depth understanding of data privacy laws and practices in Malaysia, including the Common Law Privacy Breach, Personal Data Protection Act 2010, and related regulations and standards and how the laws apply to the participants. Legal Executive Certificate. Legal training program that aims to provide legal skill training, particularly to fresh school leavers and young people who are looking for employment opportunities but lacking the required skills. as well as those who are already employed but in need of specialized training to handle legal work for their career advancement. Pengurusan Harta Pusaka. The seminar is a smart partnership with various stakeholders, especially with the religious institution in the country. It gathers experts from academia and industries managing Muslims' assets and to serve as community service to the society. Case Review. This consultancy service adopts methodology that is used to prepare for ground of judgment. The basic principle for this consultancy is to compare the decision and to analyze the civil court's judgment in determining family issues. Active participation of the participants are evaluated in the workshop and presentation of their findings. Kursus Undang-Undang Executive, Legal Executive Course. The Primer Certificate in Law Enforcement helps participants to improve their career prospects, to enhance the work potential and level of professionalism of the participants in the highly challenging field of enforcement services. Regulation, Ethics, and Integrity. The objective of the training program is to equip public service officers with a contextualized understanding on principles of regulations, ethics, and integrity. Connected to the establishment and administration of regulation, another objective of the training program is to equip public service officers with the understanding and tools to manage conflicts of interest and strengthen good values, ethics, and integrity towards avoiding and eradicating corruption. In-house course on torts law for legal managers. This course emphasizes the key concepts and legal rules under the law of torts in Malaysia, especially relating to negligence, occupier's liability, nuisance, trespass, and protection of reputation. It focuses on applicability of those rules in the context of business processes so that employee can learn the best practices and guiding principles learned from relevant court cases and statutes for the purpose of their work environment. Workshop on Mediation Arbitration. MedArb as one of ADR mechanisms is becoming an increasingly popular way to resolve disputes. It can be used in family disputes, commercial disputes, partnership disputes, landlord and tenant disputes, condominium disputes, and many others. This training aims to equip the officers with MedArb skills for their career. Diploma in Law and Correctional Sciences. Students are exposed to various fields of study, namely law, management, criminal justice, psychology, and English courses. After completing this program, students are expected to display ethical behavior and show a high sense of humanity in providing services in their work environment. This is a collaborated academic program with Malaysia Prison Department. Climate Change Policy and Law Center, CCPL Center. In 2021, ICOL researchers were awarded Erasmus Grant. The CCPL Center was established in December 2021 and is co-sharing facilities and resources with an existing center, Harun M. Hashim Law Center, IIUM. Special features of CCPL Center are multidisciplinary educational program, to address the need of a new generation of postgraduates in an LLM with specialization on environmental policies and CC law, to support the modernization, accessibility, and internationalization of higher education in Malaysia, to improve its relevance for the labor market, to attract students and stakeholders from various backgrounds, to become the heart of policy making and formulation of legislation. The LLM Climate Change Policy and Law to be introduced by the CCPL Center will be part of the existing Harun M. Hashim Law Center's LLM International Law Program. This program is to be offered to academic staff and researchers, legal practitioners, policymakers, project managers, auditors, and government officials, graduates from environmental sciences, social scientific environmental studies, natural sciences, or environmental engineering, or an appropriate field in social science or law, national and local leaderships, think tank, private sector, and civil society. CCPL Center, with support from the Harun M. Hashim Law Center, is also tasked to organize conferences and networking, conduct meetings with partners and stakeholders, support research and publication, undertake dissemination, exploitation, and networking activities. Contact us or visit our website for more info.
Right, so we have another video. The second video to be played is now a video presentation by CCPL.
invited to deliver a short presentation as an
Okay, Alhamdulillah. So let's now move on to the most anticipated agenda for this morning session, which is the keynote speech by the distinguished Mr. Timo Guzman, entitled Towards a Successful Outcome at COP27, the EU Strategy for Cooperation in the Indo-Pacific and its Approach on Climate Action. However, before I invite Mr. Timo Guzman to deliver his keynote speech, let me first read to you all his brief biodata. So Mr. Guzman was born in April 1978 in northern Germany. He joined the team of the EU delegation to Malaysia in September 2021. Prior to this, between the year 2009 to 2021, he served as a diplomat for the Federal Foreign Office of Germany, where he was previously posted to Quito and Jakarta. Before joining the German Federal Foreign Office, he worked as a business consultant, a university lecturer, and was in a think tank. He studied EU integration studies in Osnabrück, Germany, and Latin American studies in Salamanca, Spain. And with that, let me now invite the Honorable Mr. Timo Guzman to deliver his keynote speech.
Thank you very much for this very kind introduction and for the great honor to be able to speak here at this very important conference. Honorable Professor Dr. Akmal Kusairi Abdul Rahman, Professor Dr. Farid Sufyan Shuaib, Associate Professor Dr. Zuraida Haji Ali, Associate Professor Dr. Maisatun Mustafa, distinguished panelists and moderators, honorable guest participants, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends. As I said before, it's a real pleasure for me to be here this morning, not only because I have been a university lecturer, indeed, as you have just mentioned, before I joined the diplomatic service. So seeing the videos and seeing all of you and being in this kind of environment reminds me of a very beautiful period of my working past. I very much enjoyed the part of teaching, being in touch with students. I learned so much from my students. I sometimes think I learned more from them than they learned from me. So this is a very rewarding job, and therefore I first and foremost want to congratulate you on this fantastic achievement and on this center that has just been soft launched. It is, as we so many times say, too many times. Sometimes we use the word timely so often that it loses meaning. But in this case, it's really timely, not only because we're ahead of COP27, because climate change has become such an important issue in Malaysia. Really caught my attention a few months ago when the youth survey from Merdeka Center among 15 to 25-year-old youth, Malay Muslim youth, was presented. When they were asked about the biggest challenges in their life, climate change actually was number one. 92% of the participants answered that climate change is a very important challenge in their future life. So ahead of economic concern, ahead of future jobs, ahead of any other social issue, ahead of any political issue, the number one concern by young Malaysians, precisely those young Malaysians who will go to vote for the first time in their life, many of them in 2 weeks' time, is actually climate change. And therefore, it is really timely. It has been mentioned twice, both in the address of the rector, but also in your introduction, that climate change is the most important challenge of our time. And I would add to that, that actually the current generation of policymakers might be the last generation of policymakers to actually have an impact in this. So because as you know, as scientists know much better than diplomats, there are very complex causes, chains of cause and effects that are not fully understood, that are highly interdependent. But I think it is quite a certainty that at a certain stage, the effects of climate change will be reinforcing themselves. So at a certain stage, it will be too late. At a certain stage, the only question will be how to adapt, how to change our lifestyle, how to change the way we work, how to change the world, the way we live. But at a certain stage, it will not be possible to reverse the effects of human-caused climate change anymore. So it is very important to address the big questions on what to do, because I would say there's a 95% consensus on climate change. There is a very solid acquis of consolidated knowledge about climate change. There are maybe a few who are denying this for political reasons, for other reasons, for whichever reasons. But there is a common understanding, and just like with so many other problems that we face, the fact that we have this common knowledge and this common understanding of the challenges, unfortunately, does not mean that we have the means to cooperate. And this is a big dilemma of our multilateral system. That on the one hand, we know what the challenges are, we know the problems we face, and we all know that we have to act. But then come a number of challenges into play to make collective action very difficult. And we've seen that in COP26 and in COP27, when the issue of loss and damage will probably overshadow many of the discussions. Gives all reasons to anticipate that we will have the dilemma of collective action resurfacing again. And so for all of us who are literally in the same boat, for all of us who suffer from the effects of climate change, for all of us who have families and children who want to live in a peaceful and prosperous world, not only next year or in 4 years, the cycle of, that politicians usually think, but also in the generations to come. It is clear that we have to cooperate. So the question is how. And so with this introduction, highlighting the dilemma of collective action, I would like to briefly speak about 3 things. First of all, I would like to briefly talk about the European Union, because obviously it's a great pleasure for me and an honor, and I'm very humbled to be invited at this conference with so many experts on the issue. Obviously, I'm not an expert. I'm not a lawyer. I'm a political scientist. I'm not an expert on climate change either. I'm just a humble practitioner, one of these diplomatic all-rounders. So, of course, what I would like to contribute is a little bit of a few lines of thought about the European Union, because it obviously gives me great pleasure that Erasmus Plus has such an important impact in this cooperation. Secondly, I will briefly talk about the EU strategy for cooperation in the Indo-Pacific, because this is what is linking our 2 regions, the European Union and ASEAN. And third, I will briefly refer to COP27, but I will not be very specific, because I can be specific. I have quite precise information here with me. I have the exact positions of the European Union for COP27. If you want to know about EU's position on mitigation, EU position on climate financing, EU position on the issue of loss and damage, I can share this. I will do it only in very general terms, but I anticipate it's only 11 o'clock, so we will have some time. So we maybe can also have a discussion afterwards. I don't want to bore you with technical details. So maybe we can just you can just indicate to me if there's anything specific about the EU positions you would like to know. I will be very happy to share. But let me briefly start by talking about the European Union itself, because I'm fully aware that the European Union is far away from Malaysia. Some of you have been traveling to the European Union quite recently. Maybe others have never been to the European Union before, especially now that Great Britain is not part of it any longer. And therefore, let me just very briefly use this opportunity to explain a couple of things. I work for the EU delegation to Malaysia, which is like an embassy. Delegation is another word for embassy. We cannot use the word embassy because our member states are watching us very closely and having a look on how we do, how we work, what we speak, and how we act. But you can kind of imagine that EU delegation means something like EU embassy. We represent the interests of the EU institutions. So there are still 15 embassies of EU member states of the 27. So not every EU member state has an embassy here. There are 15 embassies in Kuala Lumpur, and we deal with them almost on a daily basis. We are like a friend, a group of friends, Keluarga Europa, as there's so much talk about Keluarga Malaysia, and in terms of climate change, we talk about Keluarga Dunia. Our part is Keluarga Europa, and therefore we want to inform about what we're doing. We share many interests with Malaysia. We are seeking partnerships in a complex, interdependent, multipolar world, and obviously the Indo-Pacific region and Malaysia at the very heart of it are very important partners for us. Therefore, as a final word about the EU itself, being here in the presence of so many legal experts and being hosted by a faculty of law, I want to highlight of how important the principle of law is for the European Union itself. I think it's not an exaggeration that the European Union, more than anything else, is a community of law. The European Union is the opposite of ASEAN, I would say. This might sound surprising, and I'm not saying it to value it in any way. I'm not saying EU is worse than ASEAN or better than ASEAN. I'm just saying it's very different, and this is very logic because Southeast Asia and Europe have very different histories. To put it in a simple phrase, my understanding is that European Union is the result of 2 world wars, of excessive nationalism. Two times Europe has caused an unspeakable amount of suffering globally with the 2 world wars that have both originated in Europe and have both been the result of excessive nationalism. So on this historic backdrop, it is probably not surprising that the European Union itself has been perceived from day one, first of all, as a peace project, and the principle to establish peace in Europe by curbing excessive nationalism and by creating strong interdependence between the EU member states. And the way to do this is law. So the EU, from the very beginning, has been based on treaties. And the European Union, from day one, and this is important to know, and not maybe everyone is aware of it, from the very day one, when the European Union was founded, it had supranational elements. It's not that the European Union is, you know, this kind of thinking that the EU is like a gradual process, becoming from a loose association to a community of law at the very end. This is not the way it went. It went from a supranational community in a very tiny piece of a round pizza. If you imagine a round pizza, in the very beginning, it was a tiny slice of pizza. And so the EU created laws about a tiny part of the pizza. And then over time, as Europe grew together to a common market and a broader set of legal arrangements, there were pressing needs in this part of the pizza, and it became part that in this part of the pizza, more legal arrangements were needed. And so the part of the pizza became bigger and bigger and bigger over time, to a situation that we have today, when, for example, in the German parliament, something like 85% of economic legislation done by the German parliament is not being done by the members of parliament. It's a pure ratification of what has been decided in Brussels, because what we call the acquis communautaire, this means the collection of legal acts in the European Union has long increased beyond 100,000 pages of law, and law is what's binding us together. And in this sense, law is also our answer to climate change, because the declaration of good intentions is one thing, but a law is a very different thing. And so the European Union is not just declaring that we intend to reduce emissions, but with the EU's climate law in 2019, the EU has created an obligation for our member states to reduce emissions. This is a legally binding document. And this is just one example of broader legislation. So the European Union has come up with a big chunk of legislation called the Green Deal. The Green Deal to make Europe fit for climate change, to achieve our climate goals within Europe. And the Green Deal is a set of 80 legislative processes. So it is very broad. It is a very big task, 80 legislative processes at the same time. So this is the approach in the community of law. I was talking about EU and ASEAN. EU as a result of two terrible world wars caused by excessive nationalism. ASEAN has been in a different position. ASEAN, when it was founded in the context of the Bangkok Declaration of 8 August 1967, there was a very different landscape. Some countries like Brunei did not even exist. Countries like Indochina, like Cambodia, Laos, Vietnam were affected by a terrible war in the midst of the Cold War confrontations. Here in this part of the world, of course, confrontasi, the independence of Singapore, 1965, also issues over Sabah between Malaysia and Philippines, and so on and so on. So ASEAN was founded in the context of nations seeking to increase their autonomy. So ASEAN was not founded to curb nationalism. ASEAN was maybe founded to make something like nation building possible. So this is why I said that there is an opposite logic to it, and which is perfectly normal and organic due to the very different histories of our parts of the world. This is what makes EU-ASEAN dialogue very, very interesting, because the way to achieve our goals is very different. The EU focuses strongly on law, whereas the ASEAN principle is basically to come up with long-term joint blueprints to coordinate national action. And this makes, for example, the EU-ASEAN dialogue on climate change also very, very rewarding. The last one took place only 4 weeks ago. And this is also one of the core elements of the EU-ASEAN strategic partnership that has been formalized in December 2020. EU and ASEAN as the two most successful organizations of regionalism as natural partners. We will celebrate 45 years of our dialogue partnership with ASEAN, with the first ever historic EU-ASEAN summit on the 14th of December. And of course, the issue of how to deal with climate change is at the very core of it. I cannot share details from the declaration that we are negotiating with ASEAN at the very moment, but you will see in December that the issue of climate change is the most prominent issue, the most prominent topic of this joint declaration that will be published on 14th of December. Of course, we have many things to negotiate with the ASEAN side, but I don't think there will be controversies on that. So this concludes my introductory words about the European Union. The EU has come up with three new tools recently that I would like to briefly mention. Because two of these tools directly affect the issue of climate change. So first of all, which is also mentioned in the title, the EU strategy for cooperation in the Indo-Pacific. The title has not been chosen by coincidence. This is a very inclusive approach. We believe that multilateralism and partnership is the only way to overcome the pressing global issues. If you do an exercise and sit down on a desk and write down the top 10 challenges facing mankind, if you do that exercise, you will very quickly realize that none of them countries like Malaysia or my home country, Germany, would be able to solve by ourselves. The main challenges for mankind transcend borders and require partnership. And so in this regard, the main statement of the EU strategy for cooperation in the Indo-Pacific is that we seek new partnership, we seek increased partnership, very practical, based on deliverables, based on shared interest. And the 7 priority areas of this strategy include one area called the green transition. So the green transition highlights that we have to change. And this is very true for Europe. I'm very aware that in the global south, there is often the accusation that industrialized countries, for example, in Europe, have caused the climate disaster that we're facing today, and share a special responsibility to tackle this. And the strategy acknowledges this. So we're starting with ourselves. I mentioned the Green Deal. I mentioned the Fit for 55 package with the climate change law in 2019. So all our efforts start with ourselves. And this is a very important first step. And this has become the #1 issue in many national elections in Europe. Especially the young generation is not accepting anymore to shelve this problem and say that future generations should take care of it because they are smart enough to know that this is not an option anymore. So this is a very political issue. And so the issue of green transition seeks to find different ways to tackle this, to also seek economic opportunities. The best way to find answers is always by creating opportunities. A very concrete example for this could, for example, be emission trading schemes. There are studies by leading consultancy firms pointing out the economic potential of emission trading schemes. And this is, for example, also an issue that we have discussed extensively with CASA in a conference in March earlier this year on an exchange of information on EU approaches and Malaysian approaches with Bursa Malaysia, with Climate Governments Malaysia, and with CASA, of course, and other actors, including the private sector, on how to organize a process of emission trading system that creates economic opportunities also, and especially in parts of the world that are so blessed with opportunities by nature than Malaysia, as a mega diverse country with a very high potential for green hydrogen in Sarawak and so on. And this leads me to the second point. The second element I would like to mention on top of the EU strategy for cooperation in the Indo-Pacific is Global Gateway. Global Gateway sounds very abstract. It's not a very intuitive concept, but Global Gateway is the EU approach to a changing multipolar landscape. It seeks to find new partners all across the world. So it is a continuation of what actually happened between the EU and Asia. I think in 2019, at the EU ASEAN Foreign Ministers meeting, there was a joint declaration on EU ASEAN connectivity partnership. Then in 2020, the EU and the ASEM process, Asia-Europe meeting process, established a line of work on connectivity called the EU-Asia Connectivity Platform. And this approach to interlink our continents in a smart way, in a holistic way, not only focused on stones. Stones are important, infrastructure is important, but obviously it's not enough. And the good thing is that EU and ASEAN share this. You might be aware of the ASEAN master plan on ASEAN connectivity 2025. And the definition of ASEAN on connectivity is very similar to the EU definition on connectivity, and with a threefold definition. Well, the physical infrastructure, the people-to-people infrastructure, of which Erasmus Plus, of course, is a very good example, and the institutional infrastructure, which has a lot to do with norms and laws. So Global Gateway brings together 5 elements, and of these 5 elements, education, for example, is an element, but also the green transition is an element. And so this, I really hope that this will bring very significant economic opportunities to bring Europe and Malaysia together. We have an expert group visiting Malaysia with technical experts next week. They will go to Sabah and Sarawak and other states in Malaysia to see how Europe and Malaysia can work together, not to address the challenges of the winter 2022 and the current obstacles that we're facing, but for a really long-term approach. And Global Gateway would be the instrument to do it. It is not only a set of good intention, it's a document with that comes along with 300 billion euros in funding, plus banking guarantees, options on how to cover first risk, on how to leverage with the participation of the private sector, all these initiatives. And all of this is always focused with everything that the EU is doing in this sector on the two big future issues of climate change and the digital revolution. So these two elements are always integrated, and it will not be possible to do any project in Global Gateway without introducing elements of the green transition. So this is really mainstreamed into any kind of partnership instruments and activities that we are proposing also to the Malaysian government. And with regard to these concrete corporations, let me just highlight very clearly once again how delighted I am to be invited at this soft launch of your center. Also because last week I was invited to CASA. I was doing a cycling tour with the Secretary General of CASA, Dr. Sri Zaini. We were cycling through Putrajaya, but of course we were also exchanging on our joint priorities on COP 2027. And Dr. Sri Zaini shared a line, a summary of Malaysian ambitions with regard to climate change. Priorities for COP27, but much beyond. What Malaysia seeks to do, also in line with the 12th Malaysia Plan. And two things come to my mind when I read this very long list. I will not share the very long list that CASA has presented for their line of activities and their roadmap. But I see two important elements in this. First, it all requires you. It requires your knowledge, because it is full of legislative activities. It is full of concrete policies. It asks for policies on a national carbon market. It asks for a climate change legal framework, a climate change act, and so on and so on. It's a long list of legal requirements. So it requires your expertise. And the number two that also really caught my attention in this discussion with CASA, just like you are very closely aligned to the SDGs, as I have learned in the presentations before and in your introductions. Also CASA is very much aligned to the SDGs and to the ongoing UN processes. So the most common answer in our discussion with CASA was the consistent reference also to the timing, to the framework of UNFCCC. So when you presented your introduction and your priorities about the center, I also learned that internationalization is at the very origin, we could even say, of the center, because of your partnerships and also the involvement of Erasmus+. And so you are covering everything that CASA needs. So CASA can be very happy to have you. And I wish you all the best for also the practical aspects of your engagement with regard to policies. So with all of that, let me very briefly and in general terms refer to COP27. As I said, I'm not a climate expert. I will not pretend to be one. But I will in very general terms explain about the EU expectations for COP27, and then I stand ready for any concrete questions that you might have afterwards, because I've spoken already quite some time, almost half an hour, and I don't want to stretch it too much. All right. Okay. So for the EU, obviously, as for Malaysia, as for all of us, the upcoming COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh is guided by the sense of urgency that previous speakers have mentioned. So the overarching goal will be the ambition to keep the 1.5 degree Celsius goal within reach, in line with the Paris Agreement, in line of the best available science, and also staying at the pathway towards long-term resilience, to make ourselves more resilient. And of course, this comes with accepting that climate change is not science fiction anymore, but is affecting our countries. Germany has been affected by the heaviest floods in the history of our country in 2020, and the floods in Malaysia in 2021. I think the memory is still very fresh, and it was very close to Kuala Lumpur, so it affected us in Klang Valley. So also here, climate change is no theory anymore. Building on the Glasgow Climate Pact, the EU welcomes the establishment of a mitigation work program that aims at enhancing accountability, promote experience sharing, and encourage ambition and implementation. The mitigation work program will complement the global stocktake that is to take place in 2023. Here again, we come to the ongoing UNFCCC processes. The EU will engage in the 2-year Glasgow Sharm el-Sheikh work program on the global goal on adaptation, to promote a better understanding on how to enhance adaptive capacity, strengthen resilience, and reduce vulnerability to protect people, livelihoods, and ecosystem. On the very central and very critical issue of loss and damage, the EU remains committed to the full operationalization as quickly as possible of the Santiago network for averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage associated with the adverse effects of climate change. The EU will engage to accelerate the process to find effective solutions to meet the great diversity of needs faced by vulnerable countries and communities, from excessive debt to slow onset sea level rise, to loss of land and cultural assets, including by showing support for the G7 initiative on a global shield. The UN Secretary General's call to extend the coverage of early warning systems, and other efforts to enhance insurance and risk management. The EU reiterates the importance of comprehensive and purpose-driven global stocktake. The output of the global stocktake should inform and continuously incentivize enhanced ambitious climate action, both collectively and individually, as well as to enhance action on adaptation. So with all of these general targets, as I said, I will not go into the specific details of the negotiations, but I would like to address, and this will be already the final point of my short presentation, I would like to address the aspect of finance, because I believe, with my superficial understanding of climate diplomacy, that the issue of climate financing will be a very core element of COP27. And I also see in recent speeches of Prime Minister Sabri that also for Malaysia this is a major issue. So please let me make it very clear what the commitments of the EU are, and I want to say it very clearly that the EU and its member states are the world's leading contributor of development assistance and the world's biggest climate finance contributor. In terms of climate finance, the EU contributes more than a third of the world's share. In 2020, the contribution of the EU and its member states to international public climate finance for the first time ever surpassed the 20 billion euro mark. So that's something like 90 billion Malaysian ringgit that the EU and its member states have contributed. And this is part of a broader goal, which is called the 100 billion US dollar goal by 2023. So the industrialized countries have pledged to deliver on this, and while the developed countries in the total are not there yet 100%, the EU has doubled its efforts and will continue on this path line to work together globally and to reach this goal in 2023 that the EU has committed to. And the EU welcomes the Glasgow goal agreed to last year in COP26 of at least doubling collective provision of climate finance for adaptation by 2025 based on 2019 levels. Globally, the EU and its member states are the largest contributor of public climate finance for adaptation purposes to developing countries, in particularly, of course, the least developed countries and the small islands development states, including through the Adaptation Fund and the Green Climate Fund. And the EU will stand to its responsibility in this area and is prepared to discuss these issues with in greater detail with the world community in COP27. So with this, I come back to my introduction. I will leave all the details by side and come back to my introduction, because in my introduction I have been speaking about collective action, and I believe this is very much at the core for it. And I believe I don't have an answer, but I have more questions, and I can at least share my own understanding of what to do, because the issue of collective action with regard to climate change is, I believe, the biggest obstacle for finding effective solutions. It is linked to economic issues. You have mentioned in some detail about the interconnected issues of climate change and economic prosperity and development. So all these issues are on the table, and so far the issues. The recording has stopped. I take this as a sign that I should conclude. So I believe that so far the incentive to shelve costly policies to future governments or to future generation has outweighed the incentives to jump into action right away. And we have to find a way to reverse this. And I believe that multilateralism is the answer. We have to keep engaging, even though it will be very difficult to get breakthroughs in COP27. We have to try, we have to discuss, and we have to be more ambitious than in the past, because with piecemeal, step-by-step solutions, it will be very difficult to tackle the magnitude of the problem. So multilateralism is the answer, as much as we can. And the second answer, and here I come back to you, is law. The only way to encourage and to implement, to monitor, ensure implementation of these policies is to make them legally binding. And for this, we need a high degree of creativity, finding arrangements. We have to find a high degree of understanding, of mutual understanding. Communication is key. We have to listen to each other. We have to understand where the other countries are coming from. And in the end, we need good solutions and good agreements and good legal expertise. So this is the expectations I have towards your work. Once again, I'm very, very grateful for this invitation, for this opportunity to present some of the EU policies and approaches. I congratulate you for the establishment of the center and wish you all the very best for your very important work. Thanks so much for your kind invitation and your attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Timo, for the sharing of knowledge on EU strategies on climate action. Indeed, partnership as well as seeking opportunities and as well as maintaining relationships is important when it comes to combating climate change. So as you can see, the hall has started to be full. So let me take this opportunity to invite for a photography session, but everybody please remain seated. The photographer will stand here to take a picture of everyone. But in the meantime, can I please ask everybody online to also switch on the camera so that we can also see all of you and take a picture together. So first, can we take a picture of everyone in the hall? Okay, so has everybody switched on the camera? Okay. All right, it's okay. We'll just take a snapshot of everybody who has their camera on, and then later we can share it in our Instagram page. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, all right. So thank you so much, everyone. So now we would like again to thank Mr. Guzman for his presence today for this event and for delivering his keynote speech. So to show our gratitude, I would now like to invite the Honorable Professor Dr. Akmal Khuzairi to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Guzman. Right. Okay. Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, this now marks the end of our first session. The organizer now would like to extend their gratitude to everybody who has attended both online as well as physical in the hall. So we would now like to request Prof. Farid, the Dean, to invite Prof. Dr. Akmal Huzairi to accompany Mr. Timo Guzman and the other VIPs to the banquet hall for lunch. However, for the other members, we would like to request you to remain seated for another announcement. No accompany. Thank you. So before I invite you all to the banquet for lunch, I would like to make a few announcements. So for the next session of the second keynote speech, the roundtable discussion will start at 2 p.m. Therefore, the organizers would really appreciate if everybody can return back to this hall as well as the Zoom link at 1:50 p.m. And for the physical attendees, lunch is served at the banquet hall located at the opposite of this hall. And the organizers have also organized a tour around the Rec 3 building. So those who wish to participate in this tour, who wants to join in this tour, should assemble in front of the entrance of the banquet hall at 1 p.m. Okay, so thank you again for those who have joined us, both physically and online, and we hope to see you again during the second session. Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum. Oh, tak tahu. Patutnya ni lah teman-teman VIP. Ya, dah habis. Ada ganti kelas.
Hashim Law Center was established in July 1997 and started its full operation in 1998 under the auspices of the Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, International Islamic University Malaysia, to offer selected academic programs and specialized training courses in various disciplines of law in the cause of promoting lifelong learning. We offer continuing legal education, mainly for professionals from various professions, seeking to improve and broaden their knowledge in various disciplines of law, legal research, writing, and enhance professional competency. Diploma in Administration of Islamic Judiciary. This postgraduate diploma program is a requirement of appointment of Sharia officers and Sharia lawyers. This program was developed considering the necessary and appropriate knowledge and skills to train and produce qualified and competent experts to implement the administration of the Islamic judiciary in Malaysia and the Islamic countries. This diploma is also beneficial for those who want to deepen their knowledge in aspects related to the administration of the Sharia judiciary. Diploma in Sharia and Legal Practice. This postgraduate diploma program combines substantive and procedural knowledge with the professional and advocacy skills required by legal practitioners and Sharia lawyers in Malaysia. This diploma is specially designed with the aim of producing skilled Sharia law practitioners who can understand, analyze, and resolve issues related to Sharia laws. There are 4 types of Master of Laws that are offered by this center, which are International Law, Islamic Banking and Finance, Business Law, and Administration of Islamic Law. Master of Laws in Administration of Islamic Law. This program is designed to produce professionals who are qualified in Sharia law to serve the judicial and legal services in the Muslim world. It aims to develop capable practitioners who have a mastery of the various aspects of the administration of Islamic law and the ability to critically view them from the conventional and Islamic perspectives. Master in Business Law. This program is designed to provide in-depth and practical knowledge of business law and how it affects business, accounting and finance, commercial and corporate environments. It enables participants to enhance the requisite skills and knowledge to practice as commercial lawyers within legal, accounting and other business-related professions. This program is also suitable for non-lawyers in charge of business operations at the managerial levels. Master in International Law. To expose the participants to this broad spectrum of international issues, they can choose to specialize in any of 3 areas of international law by following its specialization courses in addition to the requisite core courses. These areas of specialization are human rights and humanitarian law, international trade law, and maritime law. Master in Islamic Banking and Finance. This course provides a comprehensive understanding to the Islamic banking and finance law, augmented with an analysis of the situation in Malaysia and the global perspectives. Data Protection and Privacy Law. This module provides participants with an in-depth understanding of data privacy laws and practices in Malaysia, including the Common Law Privacy Breach, Personal Data Protection Act 2010, and related regulations and standards, and how the laws apply to the participants. Legal Executive Certificate. Legal training program that aims to provide legal skill training, particularly to fresh school leavers and young people who are looking for employment opportunities but lacking the required skills, as well as those who are already employed but in need of specialized training to handle legal work for their career advancement. Pengurusan Harta Pusaka. The seminar is a smart partnership with various stakeholders, especially with the religious institution in the country. It gathers experts from academia and industries managing Muslims' assets and to serve as community service to the society. Case Review. This consultancy service adopts methodology that is used to prepare for ground of judgment. The basic principle for this consultancy is to compare the decision and to analyze the civil court's judgment in determining family issues. Active participation of the participants are evaluated in the workshop and presentation of their findings. Kursus Undang-Undang Executive, Legal Executive course. The primer certificate in law enforcement helps participants to improve their career prospects, to enhance the work potential and level of professionalism of the participants in the highly challenging field of enforcement services. Regulation, ethics, and integrity. The objective of the training program is to equip public service officers with a contextualized understanding on principles of regulations, ethics, and integrity. Connected to the establishment and administration of regulation, another objective of the training program is to equip public service officers with the understanding and tools to manage conflicts of interest and strengthen good values, ethics, and integrity towards avoiding and eradicating corruption. In-house course on torts law for legal managers. This course emphasizes the key concepts and legal rules under the law of torts in Malaysia, especially relating to negligence, occupier's liability, nuisance, trespass, and protection of reputation. It focuses on applicability of those rules in the context of business processes so that employee can learn the best practices and guiding principles learned from relevant court cases and statutes for the purpose of their work environment. Workshop on mediation arbitration. MedArb as one of ADR mechanisms is becoming an increasingly popular way to resolve disputes. It can be used in family disputes, commercial disputes, partnership disputes, landlord and tenant disputes, condominium disputes, and many others. This training aims to equip the officers with MedArb skills for their career. Diploma in Law and Correctional Sciences. Students are exposed to various fields of study, namely law, management, criminal justice, psychology, and English courses. After completing this program, students are expected to display ethical behavior and show a high sense of humanity in providing services in their work environment. This is a collaborated academic program with Malaysia Prison Department. Climate Change Policy and Law Center, CCPL Center. In 2021, ICOL researchers were awarded Erasmus Grant. The CCPL Center was established in December 2021 and is co-sharing facilities and resources with an existing center, Harun M. Hashim Law Center, IIUM. Special features of CCPL Center are multidisciplinary educational program, to address the need of a new generation of postgraduates in an LLM with specialization on environmental policies and CC law, to support the modernization, accessibility, and internationalization of higher education in Malaysia, to improve its relevance for the labor market, to attract students and stakeholders from various backgrounds, to become the heart of policymaking and formulation of legislation. The LLM Climate Change Policy and Law to be introduced by the CCPL Center will be part of the existing Harun M. Hashim Law Center's LLM International Law Program. This program is to be offered to academic staff and researchers, legal practitioners, policymakers, project managers, auditors, and government officials, graduates from environmental sciences, social scientific environmental studies, natural sciences, or environmental engineering, or an appropriate field in social science or law, national and local leaderships, think tank, private sector, and civil society. CCPL Center, with support from the Harun M. Hashim Law Center, is also tasked to organize conferences and networking, conduct meetings with partners and stakeholders, support research and publication, undertake dissemination, exploitation, and networking activities. contact us or visit our website for more info. The Harun M. Hashim Law Center was established in July 1997 and started its full operation in 1998 under the auspices of the Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, International Islamic University Malaysia, to offer selected academic programs and specialized training courses in various disciplines of law in the cause of promoting lifelong learning. We offer continuing legal education mainly for professionals from various professions seeking to improve and broaden their knowledge in various disciplines of law, legal research, writing, and enhance professional competency. Diploma in Administration of Islamic Judiciary. This postgraduate diploma program is a requirement of appointment of Sharia officers and Sharia lawyers. This program was developed considering the necessary and appropriate knowledge and skills to train and produce qualified and competent experts to implement the administration of the Islamic judiciary in Malaysia and the Islamic countries. This diploma is also beneficial for those who want to deepen their knowledge in aspects related to the administration of the Sharia judiciary. Diploma in Sharia and Legal Practice. This postgraduate diploma program combines substantive and procedural knowledge with the professional and advocacy skills required by legal practitioners and Sharia lawyers in Malaysia. This diploma is specially designed with the aim of producing skilled Sharia law practitioners who can understand, analyze, and resolve issues related to Sharia laws. There are 4 types of Master of Laws that are offered by this center, which are International Law, Islamic Banking and Finance, Business Law, and Administration of Islamic Law. Master of Laws in Administration of Islamic Law. This program is designed to produce professionals who are qualified in Sharia law to serve the judicial and legal services in the Muslim world. It aims to develop capable practitioners who have a mastery of the various aspects of the administration of Islamic law and the ability to critically view them from the conventional and Islamic perspectives. Master in Business Law. This program is designed to provide in-depth and practical knowledge of business law and how it affects business, accounting and finance, commercial and corporate environments. It enables participants to enhance the requisite skills and knowledge to practice as commercial lawyers within legal, accounting and other business-related professions. This program is also suitable for non-lawyers in charge of business operations at the managerial levels. Master in International Law. To expose the participants to this broad spectrum of international issues, they can choose to specialize in any of 3 areas of international law by following its specialization courses in addition to the requisite core courses. These areas of specialization are human rights and humanitarian law, international trade law, and maritime law. Master in Islamic Banking and Finance. This course provides a comprehensive understanding to the Islamic banking and finance law, augmented with an analysis of the situation in Malaysia and the global perspectives. Data Protection and Privacy Law. This module provides participants with an in-depth understanding of data privacy laws and practices in Malaysia, including the Common Law Privacy Breach, Personal Data Protection Act 2010, and related regulations and standards, and how the laws apply to the participants. Legal Executive Certificate. Legal training program that aims to provide legal skill training, particularly to fresh school leavers and young people who are looking for employment opportunities but lacking the required skills, as well as those who are already employed but in need of specialized training to handle legal work for their career advancement. Pengurusan Harta Pusaka. The seminar is a smart partnership with various stakeholders, especially with the religious institution in the country. It gathers experts from academia and industries managing Muslims' assets and to serve as community service to the society. Case Review. This consultancy service adopts methodology that is used to prepare for ground of judgment. The basic principle for this consultancy is to compare the decision and to analyze the civil court's judgment in determining family issues. Active participation of the participants are evaluated in the workshop and presentation of their findings. Kursus Undang-Undang Executive, Legal Executive Course. The Primer Certificate in Law Enforcement helps participants to improve their career prospects, to enhance the work potential and level of professionalism of the participants in the highly challenging field of enforcement services. Regulation, Ethics, and Integrity. The objective of the training program is to equip public service officers with a contextualized understanding on principles of regulations, ethics, and integrity. Connected to the establishment and administration of regulation, another objective of the training program is to equip public service officers with the understanding and tools to manage conflicts of interest and strengthen good values, ethics, and integrity towards avoiding and eradicating corruption. In-house course on torts law for legal managers. This course emphasizes the key concepts and legal rules under the law of torts in Malaysia, especially relating to negligence, occupier's liability, nuisance, trespass, and protection of reputation. It focuses on applicability of those rules in the context of business processes so that employee can learn the best practices and guiding principles learned from relevant court cases and statutes for the purpose of their work environment. Workshop on Mediation Arbitration. MedArb as one of ADR mechanisms is becoming an increasingly popular way to resolve disputes. It can be used in family disputes, commercial disputes, partnership disputes, landlord and tenant disputes, condominium disputes, and many others. This training aims to equip the officers with MedArb skills for their career. Diploma in Law and Correctional Sciences. Students are exposed to various fields of study, namely law, management, criminal justice, psychology, and English courses. After completing this program, students are expected to display ethical behavior and show a high sense of humanity in providing services in their work environment. This is collaborated academic program with Malaysia Prison Department. Climate Change Policy and Law Center, CCPL Center. In 2021, ICOL researchers were awarded Erasmus Grant. The CCPL Center was established in December 2021 and is co-sharing facilities and resources with an existing center, Harun M. Hashim Law Center, IIUM. Special features of CCPL Center are multidisciplinary educational program, to address the need of a new generation of postgraduates in an LLM with specialization on environmental policies and CC law, to support the modernization, accessibility, and internationalization of higher education in Malaysia, to improve its relevance for the labor market, to attract students and stakeholders from various backgrounds, to become the heart of policymaking and formulation of legislation. The LLM Climate Change Policy and Law to be introduced by the CCPL Center will be part of the existing Harun M. Hashim Law Center's LLM International Law Program. This program is to be offered to academic staff and researchers, legal practitioners, policymakers, project managers, auditors, and government officials, graduates from environmental sciences, social scientific environmental studies, natural sciences, or environmental engineering, or an appropriate field in social science or law, national and local leaderships, think tank, private sector, and civil society. CCPL Center, with support from the Harun M. Hashim Law Center, is also tasked to organize conferences and networking, conduct meetings with partners and stakeholders, support research and publication, undertake dissemination, exploitation, and networking activities. Contact us or visit our website for more info. Hashim Law Center was established in July 1997 and started its full operation in 1998 under the auspices of the Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, International Islamic University, Malaysia, to offer selected academic programs and specialized training courses in various disciplines of law in the cause of promoting lifelong learning. We offer continuing legal education, mainly for professionals from various professions, seeking to improve and broaden their knowledge in various disciplines of law, legal research, writing, and enhance professional competency. Diploma in Administration of Islamic Judiciary. This postgraduate diploma program is a requirement of appointment of Sharia officers and Sharia lawyers. This program was developed considering the necessary and appropriate knowledge and skills to train and produce qualified and competent experts to implement the administration of the Islamic judiciary in Malaysia and the Islamic countries. This diploma is also beneficial for those who want to deepen their knowledge in aspects related to the administration of the Sharia judiciary. Diploma in Sharia and Legal Practice. This postgraduate diploma program combines substantive and procedural knowledge with the professional and advocacy skills required by legal practitioners and Sharia lawyers in Malaysia. This diploma is specially designed with the aim of producing skilled Sharia law practitioners who can understand, analyze, and resolve issues related to Sharia laws. There are 4 types of Master of Laws that are offered by this center, which are International Law, Islamic Banking and Finance, Business Law, and Administration of Islamic Law. Master of Laws in Administration of Islamic Law. This program is designed to produce professionals who are qualified in Sharia law to serve the judicial and legal services in the Muslim world. It aims to develop capable practitioners who have a mastery of the various aspects of the administration of Islamic law and the ability to critically view them from the conventional and Islamic perspectives. Master in Business Law. This program is designed to provide in-depth and practical knowledge of business law and how it affects business, accounting and finance, commercial and corporate environments. It enables participants to enhance the requisite skills and knowledge to practice as commercial lawyers within legal, accounting and other business-related professions. This program is also suitable for non-lawyers in charge of business operations at the managerial levels. Master in International Law. To expose the participants to this broad spectrum of international issues, they can choose to specialize in any of 3 areas of international law by following its specialization courses in addition to the requisite core courses. These areas of specialization are human rights and humanitarian law, international trade law, and maritime law. Master in Islamic Banking and Finance. This course provides a comprehensive understanding to the Islamic banking and finance law, augmented with an analysis of the situation in Malaysia and the global perspectives. Data Protection and Privacy Law. This module provides participants with an in-depth understanding of data privacy laws and practices in Malaysia, including the Common Law Privacy Breach, Personal Data Protection Act 2010, and related regulations and standards, and how the laws apply to the participants. Legal Executive Certificate. Legal training program that aims to provide legal skill training, particularly to fresh school leavers and young people who are looking for employment opportunities but lacking the required skills, as well as those who are already employed but in need of specialized training to handle legal work for their career advancement. Pengurusan Harta Pusaka. The seminar is a smart partnership with various stakeholders, especially with the religious institution in the country. It gathers experts from academia and industries managing Muslims' assets and to serve as community service to the society. Case Review. This consultancy service adopts methodology that is used to prepare for ground of judgment. The basic principle for this consultancy is to compare the decision and to analyze the civil court's judgment in determining family issues. Active participation of the participants are evaluated in the workshop and presentation of their findings. Kursus Undang-Undang Executive, Legal Executive Course. The Primer Certificate in Law Enforcement helps participants to improve their career prospects. to enhance the work potential and level of professionalism of the participants in the highly challenging field of enforcement services. Regulation, ethics, and integrity. The objective of the training program is to equip public service officers with a contextualized understanding on principles of regulations, ethics, and integrity. Connected to the establishment and administration of regulation, another objective of the training program is to equip public service officers with the understanding and tools to manage conflicts of interest and strengthen good values, ethics, and integrity towards avoiding and eradicating corruption. In-house course on torts law for legal managers. This course emphasizes the key concepts and legal rules under the law of torts in Malaysia, especially relating to negligence, occupier's liability, nuisance, trespass, and protection of reputation. It focuses on applicability of those rules in the context of business processes so that employee can learn the best practices and guiding principles learned from relevant court cases and statutes for the purpose of their work environment. Workshop on mediation arbitration. MedArb as one of ADR mechanisms is becoming an increasingly popular way to resolve disputes. It can be used in family disputes, commercial disputes, partnership disputes, landlord and tenant disputes, condominium disputes, and many others. This training aims to equip the officers with MedArb skills for their career. Diploma in Law and Correctional Sciences. Students are exposed to various fields of study, namely law, management, criminal justice, psychology, and English courses. After completing this program, students are expected to display ethical behavior and show a high sense of humanity in providing services in their work environment. This is a collaborated academic program with Malaysia Prison Department. Climate Change Policy and Law Center, CCPL Center. In 2021, IIUM researchers were awarded Erasmus Grant. The CCPL Center was established in December 2021 and is co-sharing facilities and resources with an existing center, Harun M. Hashim Law Center, IIUM. Special features of CCPL Center are multidisciplinary educational program, to address the need of a new generation of postgraduates in an LLM with specialization on environmental policies and CC law, to support the modernization, accessibility, and internationalization of higher education in Malaysia, to improve its relevance for the labor market, to attract students and stakeholders from various backgrounds, to become the heart of policymaking and formulation of legislation. The LLM Climate Change Policy and Law to be introduced by the CCPL Center will be part of the existing Harun M. Hashim Law Center's LLM International Law Program. This program is to be offered to academic staff and researchers, legal practitioners, policymakers, project managers, auditors, and government officials, graduates from environmental sciences, social scientific environmental studies, natural sciences, or environmental engineering, or an appropriate field in social science or law, national and local leaderships, think tank, private sector, and civil society. CCPL Center, with support from the Harun M. Hashim Law Center, is also tasked to organize conferences and networking, conduct meetings with partners and stakeholders, support research and publication, undertake dissemination, exploitation, and networking activities. contact us or visit our website for more info. IIUM Hashim Law Center was established in July 1997 and started its full operation in 1998 under the auspices of the Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, International Islamic University Malaysia, to offer selected academic programs and specialized training courses in various disciplines of law in the cause of promoting lifelong learning. We offer continuing legal education, mainly for professionals from various professions, seeking to improve and broaden their knowledge in various disciplines of law, legal research, writing, and enhance professional competency. Diploma in Administration of Islamic Judiciary. This postgraduate diploma program is a requirement of appointment of Sharia officers and Sharia lawyers. This program was developed considering the necessary and appropriate knowledge and skills to train and produce qualified and competent experts to implement the administration of the Islamic judiciary in Malaysia and the Islamic countries. This diploma is also beneficial for those who want to deepen their knowledge in aspects related to the administration of the Sharia judiciary. Diploma in Sharia and Legal Practice. This postgraduate diploma program combines substantive and procedural knowledge with the professional and advocacy skills required by legal practitioners and Sharia lawyers in Malaysia. This diploma is specially designed with the aim of producing skilled Sharia law practitioners who can understand, analyze, and resolve issues related to Sharia laws. There are 4 types of Master of Laws that are offered by this center, which are International Law, Islamic Banking and Finance, Business Law, and Administration of Islamic Law. Master of Laws in Administration of Islamic Law. This program is designed to produce professionals who are qualified in Sharia law to serve the judicial and legal services in the Muslim world. It aims to develop capable practitioners who have a mastery of the various aspects of the administration of Islamic law and the ability to critically view them from the conventional and Islamic perspectives. Master in Business Law. This program is designed to provide in-depth and practical knowledge of business law and how it affects business, accounting and finance, commercial and corporate environments. It enables participants to enhance the requisite skills and knowledge to practice as commercial lawyers within legal, accounting and other business-related professions. This program is also suitable for non-lawyers in charge of business operations at the managerial levels. Master in International Law. To expose the participants to this broad spectrum of international issues, they can choose to specialize in any of 3 areas of international law by following its specialization courses in addition to the requisite core courses. These areas of specialization are human rights and humanitarian law, international trade law, and maritime law. Master in Islamic Banking and Finance. This course provides a comprehensive understanding to the Islamic banking and finance law, augmented with an analysis of the situation in Malaysia and the global perspectives. Data Protection and Privacy Law. This module provides participants with an in-depth understanding of data privacy laws and practices in Malaysia, including the Common Law Privacy Breach, Personal Data Protection Act 2010, and related regulations and standards, and how the laws apply to the participants. Legal Executive Certificate. Legal training program that aims to provide legal skill training, particularly to fresh school leavers and young people who are looking for employment opportunities but lacking the required skills, as well as those who are already employed but in need of specialized training to handle legal work for their career advancement. Pengurusan Harta Pusaka. The seminar is a smart partnership with various stakeholders, especially with the religious institution in the country. It gathers experts from academia and industries managing Muslims' assets and to serve as community service to the society. Case Review. This consultancy service adopts methodology that is used to prepare for ground of judgment. The basic principle for this consultancy is to compare the decision and to analyze the civil court's judgment in determining family issues. Active participation of the participants are evaluated in the workshop and presentation of their findings. Kursus Undang-Undang Executive, Legal Executive course. The primer certificate in law enforcement helps participants to improve their career prospects, to enhance the work potential and level of professionalism of the participants in the highly challenging field of enforcement services. Regulation, ethics, and integrity. The objective of the training program is to equip public service officers with a contextualized understanding on principles of regulations, ethics, and integrity. Connected to the establishment and administration of regulation, another objective of the training program is to equip public service officers with the understanding and tools to manage conflicts of interest and strengthen good values, ethics, and integrity towards avoiding and eradicating corruption. In-house course on torts law for legal managers. This course emphasizes the key concepts and legal rules under the law of torts in Malaysia, especially relating to negligence, occupier's liability, nuisance, trespass, and protection of reputation. It focuses on applicability of those rules in the context of business processes so that employee can learn the best practices and guiding principles learned from relevant court cases and statutes for the purpose of their work environment. Workshop on mediation arbitration. MedArb as one of ADR mechanisms is becoming an increasingly popular way to resolve disputes. It can be used in family disputes, commercial disputes, partnership disputes, landlord and tenant disputes, condominium disputes, and many others. This training aims to equip the officers with MedArb skills for their career. Diploma in Law and Correctional Sciences. Students are exposed to various fields of study, namely law, management, criminal justice, psychology, and English courses. After completing this program, students are expected to display ethical behavior and show a high sense of humanity in providing services in their work environment. This is a collaborated academic program with Malaysia Prison Department. Climate Change Policy and Law Center, CCPL Center. In 2021, ICOL researchers were awarded Erasmus Grant. The CCPL Center was established in December 2021 and is co-sharing facilities and resources with an existing center, Harun M. Hashim Law Center, IIUM. Special features of CCPL Center are multidisciplinary educational program, to address the need of a new generation of postgraduates in an LLM with specialization on environmental policies and CC law, to support the modernization, accessibility, and internationalization of higher education in Malaysia, to improve its relevance for the labor market, to attract students and stakeholders from various backgrounds, to become the heart of policy making and formulation of legislation. The LLM Climate Change Policy and Law to be introduced by the CCPL Center will be part of the existing Harun M. Hashim Law Center's LLM International Law Program. This program is to be offered to academic staff and researchers, legal practitioners, policymakers, project managers, auditors, and government officials, graduates from environmental sciences, social scientific environmental studies, natural sciences, or environmental engineering, or an appropriate field in social science or law, national and local leaderships, think tank, private sector, and civil society. CCPL Center, with support from the Harun M. Hashim Law Center, is also tasked to organize conferences and networking, conduct meetings with partners and stakeholders, support research and publication, undertake dissemination, exploitation, and networking activities. contact us or visit our website for more info. The Harun M. Hashim Law Center was established in July 1997 and started its full operation in 1998 under the auspices of the Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, International Islamic University Malaysia, to offer selected academic programs and specialized training courses in various disciplines of law in the cause of promoting lifelong learning. We offer continuing legal education, mainly for professionals from various professions, seeking to improve and broaden their knowledge in various disciplines of law, legal research, writing, and enhance professional competency. Diploma in Administration of Islamic Judiciary. This postgraduate diploma program is a requirement of appointment of Sharia officers and Sharia lawyers. This program was developed considering the necessary and appropriate knowledge and skills to train and produce qualified and competent experts to implement the administration of the Islamic judiciary in Malaysia and the Islamic countries. This diploma is also beneficial for those who want to deepen their knowledge in aspects related to the administration of the Sharia judiciary. Diploma in Sharia and Legal Practice. This postgraduate diploma program combines substantive and procedural knowledge with the professional and advocacy skills required by legal practitioners and Sharia lawyers in Malaysia. This diploma is specially designed with the aim of producing skilled Sharia law practitioners who can understand, analyze, and resolve issues related to Sharia laws. There are 4 types of Master of Laws that are offered by this center, which are International Law, Islamic Banking and Finance, Business Law, and Administration of Islamic Law. Master of Laws in Administration of Islamic Law. This program is designed to produce professionals who are qualified in Sharia law to serve the judicial and legal services in the Muslim world. It aims to develop capable practitioners who have a mastery of the various aspects of the administration of Islamic law and the ability to critically view them from the conventional and Islamic perspectives. Master in Business Law. This program is designed to provide in-depth and practical knowledge of business law and how it affects business, accounting and finance, commercial and corporate environments. It enables participants to enhance the requisite skills and knowledge to practice as commercial lawyers within legal, accounting and other business-related professions. This program is also suitable for non-lawyers in charge of business operations at the managerial levels. Master in International Law. To expose the participants to this broad spectrum of international issues, they can choose to specialize in any of 3 areas of international law by following its specialization courses in addition to the requisite core courses. These areas of specialization are human rights and humanitarian law, international trade law, and maritime law. Master in Islamic Banking and Finance. This course provides a comprehensive understanding to the Islamic banking and finance law, augmented with an analysis of the situation in Malaysia and the global perspectives. Data Protection and Privacy Law. This module provides participants with an in-depth understanding of data privacy laws and practices in Malaysia, including the Common Law Privacy Breach, Personal Data Protection Act 2010, and related regulations and standards, and how the laws apply to the participants. Legal Executive Certificate. Legal training program that aims to provide legal skill training, particularly to fresh school leavers and young people who are looking for employment opportunities but lacking the required skills, as well as those who are already employed but in need of specialized training to handle legal work for their career advancement. Pengurusan Harta Pusaka. The seminar is a smart partnership with various stakeholders, especially with the religious institution in the country. It gathers experts from academia and industries managing Muslims' assets and to serve as community service to the society. Case Review. This consultancy service adopts methodology that is used to prepare for ground of judgment. The basic principle for this consultancy is to compare the decision and to analyze the civil court's judgment in determining family issues. Active participation of the participants are evaluated in the workshop and presentation of their findings. Kursus Undang-Undang Executive, Legal Executive course. The primer certificate in law enforcement helps participants to improve their career prospects, to enhance the work potential and level of professionalism of the participants in the highly challenging field of enforcement services. Regulation, ethics, and integrity. The objective of the training program is to equip public service officers with a contextualized understanding on principles of regulations, ethics, and integrity. Connected to the establishment and administration of regulation, another objective of the training program is to equip public service officers with the understanding and tools to manage conflicts of interest and strengthen good values, ethics, and integrity towards avoiding and eradicating corruption. In-house course on torts law for legal managers. This course emphasizes the key concepts and legal rules under the law of torts in Malaysia, especially relating to negligence, occupiers' liability, nuisance, trespass, and protection of reputation. It focuses on applicability of those rules in the context of business processes so that employee can learn the best practices and guiding principles learned from relevant court cases and statutes for the purpose of their work environment. Workshop on mediation arbitration. MedArb as one of ADR mechanisms is becoming an increasingly popular way to resolve disputes. It can be used in family disputes, commercial disputes, partnership disputes, landlord and tenant disputes, condominium disputes, and many others. This training aims to equip the officers with MedArb skills for their career. Diploma in Law and Correctional Sciences. Students are exposed to various fields of study, namely law, management, criminal justice, psychology, and English courses. After completing this program, students are expected to display ethical behavior and show a high sense of humanity in providing services in their work environment. This is a collaborated academic program with Malaysia Prison Department. Climate Change Policy and Law Center, CCPL Center. In 2021, IIUM researchers were awarded Erasmus Grant. The CCPL Center was established in December 2021 and is co-sharing facilities and resources with an existing center, Harun M. Hashim Law Center, IIUM. Special features of CCPL Center are multidisciplinary educational program, to address the need of a new generation of postgraduates in an LLM with specialization on environmental policies and CC law, to support the modernization, accessibility, and internationalization of higher education in Malaysia, to improve its relevance for the labor market, to attract students and stakeholders from various backgrounds, to become the heart of policy making and formulation of legislation. The LLM Climate Change Policy and Law to be introduced by the CCPL Center will be part of the existing Harun M. Hashim Law Center's LLM International Law Program. This program is to be offered to academic staff and researchers, legal practitioners, policymakers, project managers, auditors, and government officials, graduates from environmental sciences, social scientific environmental studies, natural sciences, or environmental engineering, or an appropriate field in social science or law, national and local leaderships, think tank, private sector, and civil society. CCPL Center, with support from the Harun M. Hashim Law Center, is also tasked to organize conferences and networking, conduct meetings with partners and stakeholders, support research and publication, undertake dissemination, exploitation, and networking activities. contact us or visit our website for more info. The Harun M. Hashim Law Center was established in July 1997 and started its full operation in 1998 under the auspices of the Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, International Islamic University Malaysia, to offer selected academic programs and specialized training courses in various disciplines of law in the cause of promoting lifelong learning. We offer continuing legal education, mainly for professionals from various professions, seeking to improve and broaden their knowledge in various disciplines of law, legal research, writing, and enhance professional competency. Diploma in Administration of Islamic Judiciary. This postgraduate diploma program is a requirement of appointment of Sharia officers and Sharia lawyers. This program was developed considering the necessary and appropriate knowledge and skills to train and produce qualified and competent experts to implement the administration of the Islamic judiciary in Malaysia and the Islamic countries. This diploma is also beneficial for those who want to deepen their knowledge in aspects related to the administration of the Sharia judiciary. Diploma in Sharia and Legal Practice. This postgraduate diploma program combines substantive and procedural knowledge with the professional and advocacy skills required by legal practitioners and Sharia lawyers in Malaysia. This diploma is specially designed with the aim of producing skilled Sharia law practitioners who can understand, analyze, and resolve issues related to Sharia laws. There are 4 types of Master of Laws that are offered by this center, which are International Law, Islamic Banking and Finance, Business Law, and Administration of Islamic Law. Master of Laws in Administration of Islamic Law. This program is designed to produce professionals who are qualified in Sharia law to serve the judicial and legal services in the Muslim world. It aims to develop capable practitioners who have a mastery of the various aspects of the administration of Islamic law and the ability to critically view them from the conventional and Islamic perspectives. Master in Business Law. This program is designed to provide in-depth and practical knowledge of business law and how it affects business, accounting and finance, commercial and corporate environments. It enables participants to enhance the requisite skills and knowledge to practice as commercial lawyers within legal, accounting and other business-related professions. This program is also suitable for non-lawyers in charge of business operations at the managerial levels. Master in International Law. To expose the participants to this broad spectrum of international issues, they can choose to specialize in any of 3 areas of international law by following its specialization courses in addition to the requisite core courses. These areas of specialization are human rights and humanitarian law, international trade law, and maritime law. Master in Islamic Banking and Finance. This course provides a comprehensive understanding to the Islamic banking and finance law, augmented with an analysis of the situation in Malaysia and the global perspectives. Data Protection and Privacy Law. This module provides participants with an in-depth understanding of data privacy laws and practices in Malaysia, including the Common Law Privacy Breach, Personal Data Protection Act 2010, and related regulations and standards and how the laws apply to the participants. Legal Executive Certificate. Legal training program that aims to provide legal skill training, particularly to fresh school leavers and young people who are looking for employment opportunities but lacking the required skills, as well as those who are already employed but in need of specialized training to handle legal work for their career advancement. Pengurusan Harta Pusaka. The seminar is a smart partnership with various stakeholders, especially with the religious institution in the country. It gathers experts from academia and industries managing Muslims' assets and to serve as community service to the society. Case Review. This consultancy service adopts methodology that is used to prepare for ground of judgment. The basic principle for this consultancy is to compare the decision and to analyze the civil court's judgment in determining family issues. Active participation of the participants are evaluated in the workshop and presentation of their findings. Kursus Undang-Undang Executive, Legal Executive course. The primer certificate in law enforcement helps participants to improve their career prospects, to enhance the work potential and level of professionalism of the participants in the highly challenging field of enforcement services. Regulation, ethics, and integrity. The objective of the training program is to equip public service officers with a contextualized understanding on principles of regulations, ethics, and integrity. Connected to the establishment and administration of regulation, another objective of the training program is to equip public service officers with the understanding and tools to manage conflicts of interest and strengthen good values, ethics, and integrity towards avoiding and eradicating corruption. In-house course on torts law for legal managers. This course emphasizes the key concepts and legal rules under the law of torts in Malaysia, especially relating to negligence, occupiers' liability, nuisance, trespass, and protection of reputation. It focuses on applicability of those rules in the context of business processes so that employee can learn the best practices and guiding principles learned from relevant court cases and statutes for the purpose of their work environment. Workshop on mediation arbitration. MedArb as one of ADR mechanisms is becoming an increasingly popular way to resolve disputes. It can be used in family disputes, commercial disputes, partnership disputes, landlord and tenant disputes, condominium disputes, and many others. This training aims to equip the officers with MedArb skills for their career. Diploma in Law and Correctional Sciences. Students are exposed to various fields of study, namely law, management, criminal justice, psychology, and English courses. After completing this program, students are expected to display ethical behavior and show a high sense of humanity in providing services in their work environment. This is a collaborated academic program with Malaysia Prison Department. Climate Change Policy and Law Center, CCPL Center. In 2021, ICOL researchers were awarded Erasmus Grant. The CCPL Center was established in December 2021 and is co-sharing facilities and resources with an existing center, Harun M. Hashim Law Center, IIUM. Special features of CCPL Center are multidisciplinary educational program, to address the need of a new generation of postgraduates in an LLM with specialization on environmental policies and CC law, to support the modernization, accessibility, and internationalization of higher education in Malaysia, to improve its relevance for the labor market, to attract students and stakeholders from various backgrounds, to become the heart of policy making and formulation of legislation. The LLM Climate Change Policy and Law to be introduced by the CCPL Center will be part of the existing Harun M. Hashim Law Center's LLM International Law Program. This program is to be offered to academic staff and researchers, legal practitioners, policymakers, project managers, auditors, and government officials, graduates from environmental sciences, social scientific environmental studies, natural sciences, or environmental engineering, or an appropriate field in social science or law, national and local leaderships, think tank, private sector, and civil society. CCPL Center, with support from the Harun M. Hashim Law Center, is also tasked to organize conferences and networking, conduct meetings with partners and stakeholders, support research and publication, undertake dissemination, exploitation, and networking activities. contact us or visit our website for more info. Hashim Law Center was established in July 1997 and started its full operation in 1998 under the auspices of the Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, International Islamic University Malaysia, to offer selected academic programs and specialized training courses in various disciplines of law in the cause of promoting lifelong learning. We offer continuing legal education, mainly for professionals from various professions, seeking to improve and broaden their knowledge in various disciplines of law, legal research, writing, and enhance professional competency. Diploma in Administration of Islamic Judiciary. This postgraduate diploma program is a requirement of appointment of Sharia officers and Sharia lawyers. This program was developed considering the necessary and appropriate knowledge and skills to train and produce qualified and competent experts to implement the administration of the Islamic judiciary in Malaysia and the Islamic countries. This diploma is also beneficial for those who want to deepen their knowledge in aspects related to the administration of the Sharia judiciary. Diploma in Sharia and Legal Practice. This postgraduate diploma program combines substantive and procedural knowledge with the professional and advocacy skills required by legal practitioners and Sharia lawyers in Malaysia. This diploma is specially designed with the aim of producing skilled Sharia law practitioners who can understand, analyze, and resolve issues related to Sharia laws. There are 4 types of Master of Laws that are offered by this center, which are International Law, Islamic Banking and Finance, Business Law, and Administration of Islamic Law. Master of Laws in Administration of Islamic Law. This program is designed to produce professionals who are qualified in Sharia law to serve the judicial and legal services in the Muslim world. It aims to develop capable practitioners who have a mastery of the various aspects of the administration of Islamic law and the ability to critically view them from the conventional and Islamic perspectives. Master in Business Law. This program is designed to provide in-depth and practical knowledge of business law and how it affects
Um, Let me take this opportunity to also remind everyone about the housekeeping rules. Firstly, to avoid any interruptions to the program, can you please all keep your phones on silent mode? And for those who are joining us online, to kindly switch off your microphones. So we will be having an RTD discussion after this. However, all questions will have to be typewritten inside the chat box. So there is no need for you to switch on your microphone. And secondly, to ensure the smooth running of the event, we would like to advise the participants to not leave this hall until the end of the session. And lastly, this is our second session. We would also like to seek your kind assistance to fill in the feedback form if you haven't. The form can be found available at the conference website and also will be shared in the chat box. So I hope you all enjoy the second leg of this program today and please keep safe. Thank you very much. Shall we wait for Dr. Amiza to return from the washroom and then we start? Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and greetings to our honorable guest, Professor Dr. Farid Sufyan bin Shuaib, Dean of the Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws IIUM, Associate Professor Dr. Zuraida Haji Ali, Director of the Harun M. Hashim Law Center, Associate Professor Dr. Maizatun Mustafa, Coordinator of the Climate Change Policy and Law Center, Prof. Dr. Sharifah Zubaida Syed Abdul Kadir, Member of the Climate Change Policy and Law Center, Mr. Roger Chan, Chairperson of the Environment and Climate Change Committee, Bar Council Malaysia, Prof. Dr. Ma'an Fahmi Rashid, Deputy Dean Kuliah of Engineering, Department of Chemical Engineering and Sustainability, Dr. Normiza Razali, Project Director TNB Sustainability Pathway, Tenaga Nasional Berhad, Malaysia. Honorable guests, distinguished panelists and moderator, participants, ladies and gentlemen, both in the site and online, welcome to the second session of the Regional Conference and Roundtable on Climate Change, Policy and Law. We are honored that you all have joined us again for the second session of this regional conference. So this afternoon session will consist of the second keynote speech by Associate Professor Dr. Albert Ruda Gonzalez, the Dean of the Faculty of Law, University of Girona, and the much anticipated roundtable discussion featuring our three esteemed speakers, moderated by one of the members of the CCPL, which is Professor Dr. Sharifah Zubaida. Unfortunately, Associate Professor Dr. Albert Ruda Gonzalez could not physically be with us today. Therefore, he has graciously pre-recorded his keynote speech, which will be played shortly. Okay, but before we play his recording, let me first give you all a brief introduction of his achievements. So Albert Ruda is an associate professor in private law at the Faculty of Law, University of Girona, Spain, where he completed his law degree and his doctorate. His research focuses mainly in the area of torts and contract law, where he has authored more than 100 publications, including a book on pure ecological harm. He has received numerous awards and prizes, both on the university and national level. And apart from being an editor, he has also served as member of numerous research projects funded by the Catalan government. To illustrate his vast experience in the area of torts and contract law, he holds various memberships in various international networks and is also currently serving as the president of the Consumer Arbitration Board of Catalonia. So without further ado, let's all watch the pre-recorded keynote speech by Associate Professor Dr. Albert Ruda Gonzalez.
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers, especially the Dean, Professor Farid Soufiane bin Shuaib, for their invitation to participate in this regional conference and roundtable on climate change policy and the law. It is a pity that I could not make it in person to the conference. As a matter of fact, my plans to visit Malaysia had to be postponed because of the pandemic, but I hope that I will be able to visit it sooner than later. I have been kindly invited to deliver a short presentation as an introductory note to today's conference. The subject topic is very broad, so I will start by specific development, and then I will say a few words on a more general note. In December 2019, shortly before the start of the pandemic, an environmental association sued the Spanish government before the Supreme Court. The plaintiffs basically argue that Spain has not done enough to combat or fight climate change. Specifically, they allege that the plan prepared by the government is insufficient and that it will prevent Spain from complying with international agreements to reduce greenhouse gas emission levels, in particular, the Kyoto Protocol and the Paris Agreement. The lawsuit has given rise to a trial that is completely new in Spanish law. However, this is not what I'm going to talk about now. What is interesting about this trial, in my opinion, is that it is a phenomenon that is happening in many other countries as well, especially in Europe, but also outside of it. There are court trials of the so-called climate litigation, a type of litigation related to climate change, in which private persons, normally environmental associations, NGOs, and ordinary citizens as well, demand responsibilities from their governments before the courts of justice for what they see as negligent climate inaction, omission, or passivity. These types of claims, as I just pointed out, are absolutely innovative in nature, character, and scope. Neither the courts nor the parties involved generally have any previous experience, and therefore it is a kind of adventure. It happens, however, that the adventure has so far borne positive fruit. In the Netherlands, in 2019, the Supreme Court condemned or sentenced the Dutch government to modify its environmental policy to meet its commitments related to climate change. As a result of this court decision, known as the Urgenda decision, the government, the Dutch government, was forced to review its national plans and to modify the objectives or goals of reducing the emission levels of greenhouse gases upwards. Similar claims are pending before the courts of other countries, such as Italy, the so-called Giudizio Universale, or Belgium in the matter called Klimaatzaak. A group of elderly Swiss women, the so-called Seniorinnen, have sued the Helvetic Confederation before the European Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg because they consider that their government is not doing enough to fight climate change and is therefore compromising the future of their grandsons and granddaughters. A Peruvian farmer, Saul Yuya, has sued one of the largest German companies, RWE, in Germany, since, according to the plaintiff, the German company's contribution to climate change puts the crops and even the livelihood of the plaintiff and his family at risk. According to the claim, the defendants' polluting emissions into the atmosphere caused the melting of a glacier located near the plaintiff's home. German judges have visited Peru a few weeks ago to examine the matter on the ground. In Pakistan, a lawyer named Asghar Leghari got the government sentence for its climate inaction, an inaction which was deemed to endanger access to clean water. In France, to give just another example, the French Republic has been sentenced to restore or repair the damage caused by climate change, following a lawsuit filed by an NGO called Notre Affaire à tous, loosely translated as the matter that concerns us all. The case has been widely followed in France and is also known as the case of the century, l'arrêt du siècle. If I speak of these cases, it is not because they are the subject of my presentation today. In fact, they are just one example of a phenomenon of an international or even global nature. In many parts of the world, citizens are beginning to hold their governments accountable for their climate change policy. It is a citizens' initiative that is also occasionally directed against companies, as I have already said in part before. The most important thing about this phenomenon is that it places legal operators before a new scenario. Never before has there been such an avalanche of claims of this kind. Judges face a series of claims with a strong scientific and technical foundation, in which references to reports from international organizations such as the IPCC and the like are not uncommon. Discussions often revolve around complex issues such as tort liability requirements or conditions, and thus in many cases, such as the French case, such as the Dutch example, the elements of damage, causation, or fault are discussed. Also, in the French case, we can see to a certain extent how these issues are analyzed. Although court decisions are far from providing a deep analysis of all the implications of these indeed complex issues, this is clearly an evidence that there is much to be dealt with here from both a theoretical and practical perspective. But not only. In these cases, there is also a fundamental debate, such as the relationship between politics and law. To what extent, we may wonder, and the parties to these proceedings do wonder, can governments freely or discretionally determine their climate policies? Where does the rule of law end and technical discretion begin? Doesn't the division of powers devised by the French thinker Montesquieu rule in this area? In the Dutch case, the Urgenda case to which I have referred, the judges considered that the division of powers, or trias politica as the Dutch call it, is not an obstacle to sentencing the government. Indeed, the Dutch state cannot hide behind political discretion to breach an international agreement or protocol. In a sense, the defendant government itself had, if I may use the expression, put the noose around its neck, since it had signed international agreements that were binding or obligatory for the same. The government could not then justify its lack of compliance with arguments of a political or discretionary nature. Despite this, many voices still question this approach today. In fact, starting with Dutch law itself, there are several authors who point out that a court of law is not the most appropriate place to discuss an issue around the nature of climate change. The criticism carries some weight and raises very complex questions about the relationship between law and politics, the separation of powers, and what is the role of public authorities in a scenario of scarce resources. Issues as complex as these need lawyers who are prepared to cope with them. There is a need for lawyers who are indeed sensitive to environmental problems in general and climate issues in particular. These lawyers can not only be knowledgeable about national and international laws and case law, but must also be able to read and understand scientific and technical reports written by environmentalists, ecologists, economists, physicists, etc. These lawyers have to be flexible and versatile, a kind of all-terrain vehicle, who know how to move comfortably in areas other than their own. It is required that they have no problem leaving their respective comfort zones and that they are capable not only of listening to the applicants, but also of talking or dialoguing with scientific experts from other disciplines. Since climate change is a complex, polyhedral problem with many implications and ramifications in different disciplines and spheres, We have to be prepared to move across the traditional frontiers of scientific disciplines. We, professors, researchers at universities, also have a major challenge because we have to be able to prepare those lawyers of the future. First, we have to take on the challenge of climate change as an urgency. And in this sense, many universities are already approving climate emergency declarations, declarations that help raise awareness in the university community and possibly in society as a whole about this serious issue. Second, we have to provide students with a series of new, varied tools, equipment, or baggage to which we instructors are not accustomed. Climate litigation, with which I started my presentation today, is a notable example of how things are changing. Universities also have to face this enormous challenge. For those of us who teach and research in universities, we cannot remain anchored in what we already know. Practice shows us that it goes faster. And if the university wants to provide a service to society and be useful to it, it has to help prepare society for what lies ahead. That is why projects such as the one in which the University of Girona participates together with the International Islamic University in Malaysia and other universities from different countries is so important. This project is aimed precisely at conceiving and preparing a master's degree on climate change law and policy. It has to be a master's degree that can prepare the lawyers and public officials and other agents of the future to face the difficulties of climate change, that it equips them with instruments to elaborate and put into practice public policies with which to adapt and mitigate to climate change, to claim in court in case of non-compliance by governments or private companies, and to apply and interpret the laws if required. In many countries, there is still no legislation on climate change. In my country, the law is very recent and it may be open to discussion whether it is sufficient at all. In Germany, the Constitutional Court, or Verfassungsgericht, declared in the well-known Neubauer case that the new law was partially unconstitutional because it had not been ambitious enough. In the European Union in general, the aim is to achieve climate neutrality in the year 2050. And according to plans, between 2021 and 2027, at least 30% of total spending will be allocated to climate-related projects. There is certainly much work to be done. As it is a global challenge, lawyers from different countries, and I would even say from all countries, are called to collaborate with each other. That is why I consider it a success to hold conferences like the present one, for which I congratulate the organizers. It only remains for me to thank you once again for the kind invitation to participate in this conference, and I send you warm greetings for Girona. I also take the opportunity to congratulate the IIU for its 40th anniversary, and to all participants, I wish you a fruitful day. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay. Alhamdulillah. I hope we have all benefited from the recording just now. So ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the most anticipated session of the second event, which is the roundtable discussion titled Towards a Dynamic Climate Change Policy and Law Curriculum. I hope that with the participation of the three esteemed panelists who are with us here today, a fruitful discussion together with questions from the participants, both physical and online, can be achieved. So to moderate this roundtable discussion, we have together with us Professor Dr. Sharifah Zubaida, who is also a member of the Climate Change Policy and Law Center, IIUM. But before I pass the floor to her, allow me the honor to first introduce her. So Professor Dr. Sharifah Zubaida binti Syed Abdul Kadir is a professor at the Civil Law Department, Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, International Islamic University, Malaysia, where she has served as an academic staff, and has held various administrative posts since the year 1994. She obtained her Bachelor's of Laws and Master's of Comparative Law from the same university and has obtained her Doctor of Legal Science from Bond University, Australia in the year 2002. Her main area of expertise is property law and has since authored numerous articles and books in this area. She is also involved in training programs relating to property law, organized by various national and international agencies such as UN Habitat. So without further ado, let me now invite Professor Dr. Sharifah Zubaida binti Syed Abdul Qadir to moderate this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zati. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good afternoon. Prof. Dr. Farid Sufyan Shuaib, Dean Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, Associate Professor Dr. Zuraida Haji Ali, Director Harun Hashim Law Center, Associate Professor Dr. Maizatun Mustafa, Coordinator of the Climate Change Policy and Law Center, Mr. Roger Chan on my right, Chairman of the Environment and Climate Change Committee of the Malaysian Bar, and to his right, we have Professor Ma'an Al-Khatib, who is the Deputy Dean, Kuliah of Engineering in IIUM. And to his right, we have Dr. Nurmiza Razali, who is the Project Director, TNB, Tenaga Nasional Berhad, Sustainability Pathway. Welcome to the Roundtable on Climate Change Policy and Law. I have the pleasure of serving you as moderator this afternoon. The Paris Agreement increases the necessity for Malaysia to review its institutional and policy setup on climate change. It cannot address climate change merely by concentrating on mitigation because it is already affected by the adverse consequences of climate change. Thus, it needs adaptation measures. In the NDC, Malaysia has indicated that it will reduce its GHGs, intensity of GDP, by 45% by 2030 relative to emissions intensity of GDP in 2005. The greater burden on Malaysia to address climate change under the Paris Agreement means that the country has to strengthen its institutional and policy framework on climate change. So the lack of know-how in formulating integrated developments and climate actions and exploiting win-win options and co-benefits remain serious barriers in the region, leading to significant gaps between the formulation and implementation of effective policies affecting the climate. So interdisciplinary skills and expertise are required, very much needed, to acquire in-depth theoretical and practical understanding of the evolving environmental legal system, and in order to formulate robust policies in the Asian region. So this brings us to the objective of this roundtable. It is hoped that through this roundtable, we are able to create some awareness, and it is an opportunity to inform the national media, decision makers, and stakeholders to raise awareness on the importance of the delivery of the educational course on climate change policy and law, and interact with high-level and key stakeholders in order to promote and make the course more appealing, discussing the accreditation process in order to ease the procedure that will follow. We are fortunate to have with us today 3 eminent panelists from different backgrounds who will share with us their views and opinions on the way forward in designing a curriculum for the Masters of Law program on climate change policy and law. And they will suggest the most suitable methods of delivery. I would like now for you to welcome our panelists. I will share with you now some background with them, on them. First, we have Mr. Roger Chan Weng Keng. He is a prominent member of the Malaysian Bar. He's on my right. Founder and managing partner of Chan Weng Keng and Associates. He is former secretary and vice president of the Malaysian Bar. He's current chairman of the Environment and Climate Change Committee. In 2012, Mr. Roger led the Malaysian Bar, calling upon the Malaysian government to uphold its pledge to the international community to do its part to reduce global warming. In the process, he moved the Malaysian Bar to become the first bar in the international legal fraternity to pass and adopt a climate change resolution. Roger Chan is an avid environmentalist and has been both a speaker and active participant in numerous conferences, seminars, and workshops in relation to both environment and climate change at the local, regional, and international level at the prestigious Malaysian Bar International Law Conference. A round of applause for Mr. Roger Chan. I would like now to introduce Professor Dr. Ma'an Fahmi Rashid Al-Khatib. He is a professor in chemical engineering. He gained his Bachelor of Science degree in chemical engineering from University of Jordan and pursued his master's degree in UKM and obtained his PhD from UPM. He's currently the Deputy Dean for Academic and Internationalization in Kuliah of Engineering, IIUM. His research interest spans across the areas of separation processes, water and wastewater, and nanotechnology. He published more than 130 journal and conference papers and several books and chapters in books. Professor Ma'an is enthusiastically involved in active learning. He won the Best Teaching Award for Science Stream in 2015. He is the founding committee and currently member of the Minister of Education Malaysia Special Awards, Curriculum Design and Innovative Delivery. At present, he is chairing the Alternative Assessment Category Committee under this award. So this is very useful for us, Professor Ma'an. We hope you can share with us. Professor Ma'an's research in wastewater developed his passion for the environment, where he founded the IIUM River of Life Group and established Friends of Sungai Pusu, which is the river very near to UIA, to raise awareness about issues relating to river pollution and the environment, and to develop community empowerment. He's also a co-founder of Friends of Klang River Basin and currently steering committee member of MyCDNet NGO. Please welcome Professor Ma'an Al-Khatib. And last but not least, we have with us an industry player, Dr. Nurmiza Razali. Dr. Miza played a leading role in establishing PNB's net zero aspiration and ESG targets, and is currently driving coordination across the group in the area of energy transition, very crucial area for climate change adaptation and mitigation. She has been deeply involved in many strategic initiatives, leveraging on her expertise in diverse topics in sustainability, industry analysis, and energy policies. During her previous stint with the International Energy Agency as a power market consultant, she developed proficiency in policy advocacy related to electricity market reforms during the transition to low-carbon power systems, cross-border electricity security in Europe, energy policies of Japan, as well as reducing emissions from fossil-fired generation in ASEAN. She spent the first 12 years of her career in academia with UNITEN, University Technology National, where she focused on power systems analysis as well as renewable energy. Please welcome Dr. Nurmiza. Now, there will be two rounds in this session, one on the contents of the curriculum and the second on curriculum delivery. Each panelist will be given 10 minutes to share their views. We begin with the first round. The theme for the first round is curriculum development of the master's degree in climate change policy and law. It is expected that the proposed curriculum will be interdisciplinary in nature, including science and technology, as well as management, law, policy, science, technology, and management, with a higher percentage on policy and law, and will accept students from various disciplines and backgrounds. Initial surveys done in Europe under this project have found that the top 7 subject areas for inclusion in the CCP Law postgraduate program are, firstly, environmental or climate justice. Secondly, climate change mitigation, science, climate change adaptation, science, international environmental politics. Number 5, national climate change law. Number 6, sustainable development. And lastly, energy law. I will now pose the question to Mr. Roger Chan. Mr. Chan, with your experiences in legal practice and advocacy on human rights and the environment, as well as engagement with the international legal fraternity, what do you think are aspects of climate change policy and law in Malaysia in an LLM or Masters of Law on climate change policy and law?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good afternoon to Professor Farid Sufyan, Associate Professor Dr. Majaitun, Associate Professor Zuraida, Professor Maan, and also Dr. Noluiza. To answer the question quickly, I think we have to give prominence to the master degree program in climate change laws. By that, I mean that we should carve out a special area. Why do we need a special area? Because climate change is actually about special cases. And it differs from the principles, the rules, the regulations that we have adopted from the common law system. The common law system is actually meant for a different type of disputes. Now, even in the non-common law system or civil system in the European countries, even in the civil system in European countries, we find that the phenomena of climate change is so special that you need to treat it in a very special way. So I would suggest LMM in climate change should be given the first preference. In fact, at one time, when I'm talking about the legal profession, when you go to a university in UK, and one of the requirements is before you are admitted to the bar, you have to have at least a pass in European human rights law. That is the requirement. And even after that, one of the important thing you should do is European human rights law. But times have changed now. I think it is time to put the requirement as European climate change law, or at least LIM climate change law. This should be given prominence. And the more fundamental reason, more important reason is we are facing a human emergency that we do not know. And we are living and we are slipping past it. And it doesn't mean that when something does not happen, it is not serious. It is very serious, and climate change is one of the biggest human rights problems, if not the biggest. Yes, that is my short answer to that question in terms of the curriculum and why we need to heighten or enhance this prominence of LLM, because we need to prepare lawyers for the future to handle those cases. Imagine we take LLM course today, and today we put somebody in court to handle a climate change case. She will be at loss. She doesn't know how to. He will be asking questions like, what witnesses do I call? How to prove this? What is the evidence? Who are the parties? And worst of all, if we have a generation of lawyers who come out to handle climate change cases, they will be talking in a very negative and in a very pessimistic manner. Say, look at this brief. Sure lose one or something like that. We don't want a generation of lawyers to talk in that kind of language. And even I see students behind me. I hope that after this session, they will walk out of this hall confidently that they will be able to handle climate change cases, both in terms of policy and the law, confidently in court. Because this is not about a case where lawyers will rely on precedents and all that, doctrines, stare decisis and all that. This is where you need to rely on lawyers who are creative, able to think out of the box, because you cannot suppose the judges to be creative. You cannot. You have to bring creativity. You have to heighten the paradigm shift, or rather shift the paradigm shift higher, so that the judges will be convinced. And that is how things comes about, dramatic things come about. What do I mean by that, Madam Moderator. The major climate change cases, landmark cases, for example, Massachusetts versus EPA, Agenda versus the Netherlands, Lesdari in Pakistan and all that. Interestingly, they do not actually came about in terms of reliance on pure climate change law. In fact, there is no climate change law or framework or regulation when this climate change cases started. So if you are a little bit backward in terms of grasping this body of knowledge on climate change, you did not attend UN FCCC, you did not get involved in the Paris Agreement, and you are not even aware of the 1.5 degrees Celsius requirement, how are you going to solve people's problem? And today's problem on climate change is not about damages. And I am not apologetic to say that by the time the catastrophe happens, they will be irreversible. And this is what we have to do. We have to recognize the problem. And as a lawyer, there are also important things that we can import from the previous framework. Massachusetts, for example, the states do not know what to do. So they rely on a local act. They start searching. They have the Clean Air Act. And the Clean Air Act says that if you breach certain things, if you violate, then this is the consequences. Now, what is happening is the states think that the emission of carbon dioxide in the air is rather serious. So they introduce a climate change framework. What I said just now is no climate change law. And the judges are good listeners. And what they did is, they said you can rely on the Clean Air Act. And we cannot force the states to regulate, to monitor carbon emission. We cannot do that. Look at the creativity here. But they say that we can force, or we can order, we can compel the states to consider revising some of the standards in carbon emission. And this is the doorway that was open and led to remarkable judgment. So the Obama administration relying on this judgment, the EPA relying on judgment says, yes, we consider, like the court compels us to consider. But the court also says, yes, you can consider, but you have to give reasons whether your consideration is on the side of increasing or decreasing. And with that, we have a landmark case that revolutionized the whole thinking in climate change. Of course, as a lawyer, I wanted to have the involvement of direct climate change elements. And this is what is going to happen in future, I think, with this kind of consciousness. Uganda, the same thing. Uganda case versus Netherlands, an NGO representing the people, they say that you, the government, is not doing enough. You need to contribute more to reduction in carbon emission. And what was their argument? They say, these are executive questions. These are political questions. Moreover, this is de minimis. The lawyer for them argued that this sort of action that you are accusing us is rather de minimis. In other words, on the maxim that the law is not bothered with trivial matters and we shouldn't be held liable. The district court says, no, I think in some way, somehow you are liable. But the district court does not have a platform to land on. The district court then went on to consider European human rights. You see, they trespass into another area. And it says that the argument on human rights, environmental rights, assists us in interpreting as to the liability of those accusations against you. And it went on appeal. The Court of Appeal says, you not only can use that as a source of interpretation, you can actually rely directly on European human rights law. In fact, it's about Article 2 and Article 8. In particular, Article 8 says that you have a right to home and family. So the new vistas are being created that are not purely climate change related. And the government was not satisfied. The Netherlands government took the case to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court dismissed all the arguments because the thinking of the judges were thinking out of the boxes. And in Pakistan, the farmer took in the Lahore High Court, he took the same matter on similar grounds, and he won in terms of the order establishing a commission, a climate change commission. That means we have to do the monitoring, the functions and all that to ensure that those rights, the rights to life, water, clean air, sustainability, all are followed. This, in short, will be my basic premise why the LLM should incorporate this. If you do a LLM with climate change course, with a content that is purely academic, with all due respect, without the practicality and arguments in court, even if you do not have the laws to assess, the climate change laws to assist you, I think you will feel very dejected. But if you understand these issues, you will not be dejected. You will be fighting ferociously in court like a lion because you are dealing with an existential problem. I do not know how it can be done because different lawyers have different abilities, different advocacy skills. But basically, once you have that understanding and once you have that basis, you are able to conduct a climate change trial confidently. And then if you start complaining, oh, what about the evidence? It's all hearsay. I can't be calling all the parties from the Paris Agreement to come to court and all that. It's going to be very expensive. Mind you, the master degree course in climate change is to teach you how to think, to get rid of all this. Massachusetts, Uganda, they don't have the benefits. So they rely on presumptions. And some lawyers will argue, where is your substantive law? I don't see any substantive law to support that. The substantive law, you tell the lawyer, go and read the Paris Agreement. Go and read and understand, go and read the UNFCCC, the convention, and then connect it to, let's say if you are in Malaysia, connect it to the Constitution, Article 5. Don't every time start repeating like a parrot, Tan Teck Sing versus government of Malaysia, right to life and all that. Those are actually quite narrow. No, don't always Tan Teck Sing, and then you will be defeated because Tan Teck Sing is actually what you call, it's not the direct argument in point. It's just a sideline opinion. So this is something that the LLM course have to remind students, you are going to face difficulties. In fact, if I were conducting the course, I would say you are going to face formidable difficulties in court. And besides the evidence, and this is supposed to be a case, a class case, not you, me, and all that. It's going to be the population. And when we talk about the population, the judge will ask you, if you are a judge who is so backward, you will ask the question, why are you so busybody? And this is the biggest thing, the biggest problem if ever happened. I'll be the first person to break down and cry in open. And Luckily, today we have progressive judges. Now, what to do? The student in the LLM course. The student in the LLM course have to be prepared not only to overcome these problems, they have to start asking practical questions. Now, let's say I give an example of Malaysia. Who wants to be the plaintiff? You ask Achang, Ahmad, Akal, and I dare say today, the Malaysians say, yes, I will go and all that, I'll be the plaintiff. But then if you lose, you have to pay cost. And then suddenly change. No. Tak payahlah. You say, not necessary, because cost. Now you develop those principles of cost in the courts and to tell them this is a specialized civil case. And once you have specialized civil case, you have specialized orders for cost. And that in a sense will help out. I will make a soft landing now because it's such a huge topic, but I will take on questions later. Though there are a few things that are being left out, but I am mentioning the crux of those larger issues. With that, I will stop for a moment. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Roger. Most interesting take from him as a lawyer. Yeah, so we gather from Mr. Roger that the two most important areas, yeah, for the LLM would be climate change litigation as well as climate change instruments. Yeah, lawyers need to know about the Paris Agreement, the UNFCCC, and all the substance that is being discussed at international level, and be able to connect it to the federal constitution Article 5 and all the case laws that have been brought in US, in UK, in Netherlands, etc., etc. So we'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Mr. Roger. We move now to our science man, Professor Ma'an. The question that I would like to throw to you, Mr. Ma'an, is from your experiences, what are areas in the field of engineering relevant to the postgraduate course on policy and law, and which can make the course more appealing to potential students from science or engineering backgrounds, and can support the need to provide graduates with the understanding of multidisciplinary climate change issues?
Okay, thank you, Professor Rifa, the moderator, and all the panel and members here, participants. I would like to thank you for inviting me for this prestigious conference and very important conference on climate change policy and law. And it's important because climate change is real. And I hope we agree on that. That's why we are here. I'm saying this because there's still an argument going around there. Besides that, Earth is still flat or round. People are still saying climate change is not real. Climate change is natural. I mean, it's happening because of natural causes, and it's not far. The president of one of the biggest countries didn't believe on that, and he kind of twisted many efforts against combating climate change. So I'm saying this because we need to ensure that we have, as Mr. Roger said, we need people to buy in that climate change is real, and we need to combat climate change. And we understand that since the first industrial revolution, we could see the effect of climate change on our air and our water and almost everywhere. And although natural causes have caused some elements of climate change, but the degree of changes and the damages are not as much as what happened due to what we call it anthropogenic causes. For me, education and training is about change of attitude. They call it CASH, actually, knowledge, attitude, skills, and habits. So I very much agree with Mr. Roger that we need to have these 4 elements in the curriculum, where the knowledge is provided, the skills are provided. At the same time, it will lead to a change in attitude and habits. And if the participants or the candidates of this program understand that, then they will know what they're actually going to do through this program. One of the issues related to climate change is that, which is a challenge, I can see the challenge from science and engineering perspective, is that it's very diverse and versatile. So you can talk about climate change and its effect on air quality, climate change and from energy perspective, climate change from water pollution and depletion. So for the program to accommodate all this, it would be really very, very challenging. I might be from energy background, for example, and I want to focus on climate change related to energy sector, alternative energy, policies and laws related to that. So that could be one of the elements of challenge for the program to attract people from science and engineering. However, that can be done indirectly, where again, coming back to what for me as an engineer, if I want to take this course, I want to know more about policy analysis. I want to know the methodologies that I can learn to evaluate the existing policies or the potential policies. So I can understand the existing policy, I can analyze its strengths, I can analyze its weaknesses, and I can recommend changes to improve the policy, for example. So I think that could be, I'm very sure that will be one of the main elements. However, if I come in, I might be competing with students who might be more well-versed if they are from low background or very familiar with policy making. On the other side, when we talk about environmental laws, I would really have difficult time reading any piece of law with all the terminologies. So that will be kind of also a challenging component. I want to know as much as possible about all the environmental laws related to my field. Of course, we know environmental law might be covering various areas. We have different acts here and there, but knowing them is very crucial so that I'll be able to relate the various acts to the kind of field that I'm actually interested in, or maybe it's my own field that I'm working with. Also, it will be very important for me to be able to look at and compare between the laws that I have here and the laws from other countries, and that will help also in if we talk about alternative energy, for that particular energy, what are the laws that have been drafted or been implemented in or enacted in certain countries, which we might not have here, and how we can relate this to our own local scenario. I think also in terms of one of the challenges that the program could face is from science background, I want to also have some courses which are science-based. Of course, we need to understand the fundamentals of climate change. We need to understand, sometimes for us, we might want to do some modeling in environmental climate. So these kind of courses will enable us as engineers and scientists to relate what we are going to do in the policies and in laws to the cases that we'll be dealing with. Because in climate, like from a science and engineering perspective, many of the cases we can actually model them. And these models can be used to predict what could happen in the near future or the far future. And that could help in drafting the policies actually, and deciding what kind of elements we want to have in the policy if we don't have the policy, or if we have the policy where we can actually do some improvement. I have seen in some programs, they have kind of two streams also in the program, where you can focus more on the law and policy, and you have also for science and engineering disciplines. So they learn the policy, they learn the laws, but at the same time, they also have some elements of science in that program. So this could be some of the highlights I could share. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Ma'an, for sharing with us what a person or student with a science background would find challenging in a master's course on policy and on climate change policy and law. So we understand that you've been talking about how legal terminologies could pose as a challenge for a person who has no legal background or legal training, as well as having to look at laws of other countries when drafting policies and policy reform. Yes, thank you. We would keep that also in mind in drafting or designing our course. Very good inputs, thank you. We move now in this first round also to Dr. Nurmiza, our industry expert. For Dr. Nurmiza, I would like probably for you to share with us your having background on energy policies and electricity market reforms. Perhaps you can share with us several aspects of market-based policies for inclusion in the postgraduate course on climate change policy and law.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Moderator, as well as my fellow panelists. So like my colleague just on my left, my background is actually on engineering. However, maybe at 12-year mark of my career, then I shifted to market and policies, and now full-time on sustainability. So this is very much related to this topic of climate change. From the player perspective, we look at climate change as part of our sustainability pillars. Sustainability pillars are environmental, social, and governance. But when it comes to climate change, although naturally it sits with the environmental side, it actually cut across because it impacts people under the social side, as well as it impacts the governance side. And the governance side is very much related to the policies. Okay, if I can share some views on how market sees it and how important it is to us. This topic is an evolving topic. We keep on talking about, for example, Paris Agreement. I was very fortunate to be in Paris during the Paris Agreement under my secondment. And beyond Paris Agreement, actually COP happens every year. In fact, next week, COP27 will start in Egypt. So what I'm saying is that it's not a new topic. However, it's an evolving one. So this must be front and center in the consideration of the design, right? Because the topic itself, as it grows, not only it grows in terms of its importance, but it grows as well in terms of what kind of governance or what kind of market instruments that come in. Okay, so this can be very challenging to lawyers, to even people like me. From time to time as well, I get asked about what's the implication then in terms of cost to your company. And now we are seeing it as a framework, as an aspiration target, but what could be the natural next implication when it comes to not meeting some of these targets. And I do agree as well with Prof. Ma'an, right? Okay, on the part whereby it also touches on the science-based part. Okay, so one, as I mentioned earlier, is an evolving area, and the second one, it is multidisciplinary. Okay, when this becomes multidisciplinary, as I mentioned, the sustainability pillars of E, S, and G. Okay, this is where actually one particular expertise or having advisors or lecturers or experts coming into the curriculum with the same background may not be optimal. Okay, because yes, there are legal implications. Yes, there are business impacts to looking into or even practicing sustainability or climate change related moves in the market. But there is also the softer side of people, because the expectation, right? Or in the cases that Mr. Roger highlighted before, it is sometimes the people themselves who bring it up. Okay, not necessarily coming from any particular breach of current regulation. A lot of these are still frameworks, guidelines, some acts, but the acts are sometimes not fully coherent yet because it's still evolving. So yes, from the market side, two things. Evolving area may become more and more complicated, but it could also converge someday once it is more mature. And when it becomes, when it encompasses multidisciplinary topics like this, the consensus of what's important can take some time as well. Okay, to just give some context, in Malaysia, the GHG emission, because we are tenaga and we are fully transparent. We are one of the polluters in the nation. So the energy industry, transport sector, these are some of the biggest contributors, but we are aiming to become cleaner, definitely. We know our role. At the same time, the expectations from the market and public keep on getting higher and higher, and with more awareness, we know that we know that it's not something that we can discuss behind the stage. You know, it must be that discussed openly. And I myself, for example, when we interact with the markets, I talk to investors every few weeks, and also sometimes insurers, tax or people. I do need that experts coming from the legal side, from the, what's the current law? Would there be any implication on not doing something? Would there any implication on doing something, but it could take years for it to actually have a negative impact, for example, but decision, you make it now. So again, in terms of preparing the kind of, especially at master level, right? This new breed with this new set of skill set is something that I think very pertinent, very important now. And I would like to applaud IIUM if you can do it as quick as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nurmiza, for that encouraging proposition to us, and we hope that we are able to quickly roll out this master's program as soon as we can. We target next year, September, inshallah. And Dr. Nurmiza has shared with us how the area is very much evolving, becoming more complex, and there should be hopefully some convergence in the future. The need for instructors from multifarious backgrounds in delivering the subject. Thank you, Nurmiza, Dr. Nurmiza. Okay, we are now going to move into the second round of our roundtable, and this will be discussing about curriculum delivery and formulating effective climate change policy and law for Malaysia. Now, course method of delivery and inclusion of range of teaching methods and pedagogical approaches in face-to-face and blended delivery environment is what is required for this course. And from the European survey, they have identified top 7 skill sets and competencies, which is required for this program. Number 1, environmental knowledge, as we have discussed. Secondly, analytical and critical evaluation skills, as Prof. Ma'an has pointed out just now. Policy analysis is very much important. Thirdly, risk assessment skills. Fourthly, investigation and research skills. Fifthly, stakeholder engagement skills. Sixthly, communication skills, be it oral or written. Yeah. And seventhly, working in a transboundary environment. This came from Spain. Yeah. They find that students of this course should be able to work in a transboundary environment, not only in their own countries, but be able to relate to other countries and officers and personnel and resource people from other countries as well. So coming back to Mr. Roger Chan, perhaps I can pose this question to you. What do you think would be the skills and competencies for an LLM course in CC, in climate change policy and law, to ingrain better decision-making for stakeholders? Because our students will come from policymakers, decision makers, those who will be sitting in committee meetings, yeah, and deciding on things that will impact on climate change.
Thank you, Professor Sharifah. Can I have my slides on the?
Yes, 1 minute. Aisha, can we have Mr. Roger's slides? Yeah, thanks. You can change it, yeah.
I agree with what Madam Moderator says just now regarding the 7 categories mentioned: risk assessment skills in communication, things on. From the European side of the problem, and I think this should be welcome. They are most welcome. We have to understand that climate change is a global problem. It's a global phenomenon. It can never be or work in silos and also just for Malaysia. And if something is not mine, so that is yours, a boundary is drawn. This sort of thinking will not solve the problem because it must be transboundary. So 2 or more states are involved in climate change. Therefore, what do I do if I were to ask the basic question in setting a LMM cost structure for students? I say, assuming that I am a teacher, what do I teach them if they are staying in Malaysia? I would cut to the chase and propose 2 very simple models. Okay, the first model is, to work on climate change, you have to understand the entire works of environmental laws. Environmental means the land, the air, and water. All these are actually related to life, right to life in the Constitution. So what is the most simple model? And I think with no disrespect to the judiciary, I won't call it a simple model. I would propose actually something that is down to earth and more encompassing. The first one I would propose is, I call it a model by the name of Proposed Order 70A Rules of Court 2012. Now, this model is actually the brainchild of the former Chief Justice, Tan Sri Richard Malanjun. I was actually fortunate to be called upon and invited to work with him, make suggestions, contribute ideas like that. He came out with something that is all-encompassing, and including climate change. But the word climate change was not used. It says environmental problems, and it encompasses even transboundary problems. Because now we are dealing with carbon, but what about other things like particulates, transboundary, which we have been facing also in our environmental history. Now, and there are a number of markers that he used on how to bring about environmental cases, including climate change cases. Okay, some of the important markers, I think, are also found in the civil law. But if you look carefully into it, he talked about special civil action involving environmental damage of such magnitude as to prejudice the life, health, or property of inhabitants in 2 or more cities or states. That would be a doorway, a small pathway open to climate change. And this will be a very important proceedings and a provision that is not found in our current Act, rules of court. Can I have the next slide, if I may be assisted? Yeah, thank you. And also the introduction of environmental protection order. You go to the court and you show the court a picture of the entire forest reserve about to be devastated or maybe partially devastated. We are not talking about just cutting down a few trees and then logging and you can identify. We are talking about massive destruction to biodiversity and all that. So immediately you can apply for a temporary environmental protection order pending the case. And then after judgment, you have environmental protection to tell the powers that be, you have to cease, you have to stop. Today, we don't have such action, or rather whether that remedy is going to be the basis of the court order, we actually do not know, because we have yet to bring a climate change suit on that magnitude to the court yet. But this is the model that he provides. And we are also introducing something to help the student. You have an evidence problem, but when it comes to climate change law, use the precautionary principle, because under the UNFCCC, Paris Agreement, one of the underlying understanding is, even though there is scientific uncertainty, but the probability of these catastrophe happening, even though they are not actually exact to scientific standards, you still have to use the precautionary principles, because what happens if I'm right? My assertion is right. And by which time, the result will be so devastating that you cannot even, you have to run for your life. Okay. How do I explain this? Let's take, for example, hurricane category 4 that happened recently, lashed onto El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras. You have a new category of refugees. Hundreds of thousands cross over to Mexico into US. And the Refugee Convention under the United Nations does not provide for these categories of people. So what are their rights? Climate change refugees. So we are using evidence on this scale. Basically, it does not mean that if I do not mention the other markers, they are not important. They are equally important when it comes to assess or do conceptual analysis. Just now, Madam talked about analysis and analyzation of certain facts and events to understand the factual pattern. And this is where the markers can help us. Now, I can also introduce some models on an international basis. The International Bar Association Climate Change Specific Model. This is climate change specific. But however, the International Bar Association model understanding is this problem is mainly government centric. And most, if not all, the climate change problem are caused by governments, by states. Even though in Malaysia, we have administrative law, you see, we have 3 categories of people who can commit offense in Malaysia. First, the individual. You damage the environment, we will charge you criminal law. Corporations, you damage the environment, we will charge you under criminal law or law of torts. Okay. But sometimes the perpetrator, the culprits is the state itself. The culprit is the government itself. So what laws are we going to use? In Malaysia, we use administrative law We use what you call judicial review. And what remedies if the government commit this transgression? You have paragraph 1 of the Court of Judicature Act that provides for remedies such as mandamus, provide for declaration and all that. So the government have to stop by a court order, a mandamus court order. And in the Philippines, they went even further. You mess up the Bay of Manila, you go and clean it up. Every month you report to us, I mean the judges. That's what happens in the writ of Kalikasan in Philippines. And in US, they have something like, okay, as long as you give us permission, we will have the regulation, full gamut, you cannot escape. And then even in Europe, you go to Europe, you look at the river in Turkey, what's the name now? Many years ago, I went there, I can see it's not that clean, but now it's beautiful because they harmonize European environmental laws. They took into consideration climate change, things like that. Now, then the climate change specific model, it says about standing. Well, you may be a guy living in what you call a kampong or in Poland or something like that, but you bring your case up, then they suggest that we don't discriminate when it comes to climate change. We use what you call the solicitude approach. Solicitude approach means I feel very concerned, I empathize with your problem. This is a new concept. So a lawyer in the area must be brave. And then in Malaysia, one of the biggest hurdle is lack of information. You go to the jabatan, you ask for information, but you know this fellow actually is committing the offense. You ask for information, you said Official Secret Act, Rahsia Negara and all that. Now the water you drink, the air you breathe, that is not Rahsia Negara. You must push the court for an order. And then now what we have is just watching brief where we supply the court certain information. Sometimes the judge may need clarification. So the bar counsel representative may be there to explain. If I were there, I'm in a position to explain what is meant by certain concepts. When do we apply this? Because we cannot assume that all judges are well versed in environmental law. With due respect, dengan segala hormat lah, we have to take it like that. And that's why we have interveners role, amicus curiae in the States. And now in the States, they have developed a new kind of brief called the Brandeis brief. The Brandeis brief is actually meant for climate change litigation. The Brandeis brief allows you to bring in reports from other disciplines like Dr. Mahan and from Dr. Noriza, and then bring it in. Social sciences, bring it in, show us the data. So you don't have to call 1,000 witnesses and raise costs and then the litigant suffers costs. Judicial review, I think the judicial notice, rebuttable presumption, reports of the IPCC, all these are taken in as evidence per se, because we have a few hundred experts in the IPCC. So who is more authoritative than the few hundred experts? You say you want to apply the evidence rule, you're going to have a problem. And the rest, like court appointed experts and all that, yeah. And cost I just explained in short just now, but what I want to say as a parting word is the last paragraph. Okay, our government went to COP26, okay, and made some commitments under the NDC. NDC is a nationally determined contribution, and it is compulsory. It is a requirement to update your commitments or to show the international community what you have done. So our Malaysian government under the environment minister and water went there and said, our commitment, 8, we're going to reduce carbon emission through carbon pricing, renewable energy, There's also a target 100% government fleet to be non-internal combustion engine by 2030. That means by 2030, all the government cars and the jabatan and all that now, all either will be hybrid or electric cars. And then 50% forest cover, as pledged in Rio 1992. Now, these are the things you have to absorb in, but later you ask yourself whether those targets are satisfied. For example, 50% forest cover means what it says. You can't say there is monoculture. For example, you put palm oil, then you consider it as forest cover. You cannot do that. Natural-based solution, planting 100 trees. This year is 2022. It is your right, to go to the government department and say, can you please show me how many trees you have planted? It is your right. And it's the student's right. And I once brought a group of villagers incinerator issue to meet the minister. And I felt very insulted, sorry to say. Why? When I make an argument on behalf of the villagers, the minister say, go back, look at the website, all the information are there. So immediately I told the minister to, please, this is arrogance. You are supposed to have a duty, you are paid to explain those information to the lay people so that we can understand and appreciate the extent of the problem. Immediately, it was very apologetic to me. So be very firm with people who take away your fundamental rights. You see, because if you ask me something, I feel very shy to say website ada baca. You cannot do such thing. Then zero waste to landfill. You visit the landfill, is so unsanitary. So you can check, zero waste 2025, there shouldn't be any landfill that is so smelly. Methane, for example, in landfill, 80 times more stronger than carbon. And then cities, maybe in Gombak and all that, they will become low carbon. And national adaptation plan. What do I suggest we do after a student graduate with the LMM? Go and visit the environment minister, ask for the plan, and then study. Maybe you can do a PhD on that. And if not, you go into practice, and then after that, you take on the climate change action. How do you do it? Just now, I introduced a model, use that as the vehicle, and then on what basis do you do it? You do it by referencing to the 8 commitments. After referencing, what do? You action. You go to the government department and then ask them for an update. After the update, what do? If it is a short of update, you bring the matter to court. How do you bring the matter to court? The procedural laws that I've explained, the substantive law I explained. So if any student have a problem after graduation in bringing up the climate change law, please come and see me. I'll be more than happy to help them out. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Roger Chan. You can see how passionate he is, about the field of climate change and environment. Mr. Chan, Roger Chan has suggested some markers in civil law in regards to remedies, that we can actually reform the law in Malaysia, to give justice to victims of climate change. Very interesting. We will take those points into our curriculum. He has also shared with us the proposals, the 8 proposals from Malaysia in Glasgow, COP26. Was it Glasgow? Yes. And that would probably also be something that we should look at as well as COP27. We heard just now from our speaker.
Yes, it's going to happen, I think, on the 6th.
Next
We
week
were
in
invited
Egypt.
there, but unfortunately, I can't go on the 10th. Just very quickly,
Okay.
this COP 26, 27, 28 is to see what have you done actually in layman's term? What have you done? Can you provide an update, and then can you explain why this commitment are not, and all that?
Yeah.
So we have now 27 meeting next week of the international community. And this is a follow-up on the basis of UNFCCC and Paris Agreement.
Yes. So that would be our report card to be tabled. Yes.
Precisely.
Okay, we can move now to Prof. Ma'an. For this round, Prof. Ma'an, we would like you to share with us your experience in relation to engagement with NGOs and the community in delivering a cause, especially if we're talking about a climate change policy and law cause. Would this be something that we should think about, engaging with the community and NGOs in delivering our cause, and how can we do it?
Thank you, Prof. Sharifa. When we look at this kind of programs, I think the way I look at it is that this program, the ultimate aim is that the graduates will be able to apply the knowledge. Otherwise, they will be very theoretical, and they cannot do all the things that Mr. Rojo is been trying to emphasize. So just now I was talking about, like for example, policy analysis. So they must be able to have this ability to analyze the policy, and so as they are enrolled in this program, they will be taught on how to do that. And as they are ongoing with the program, they should be able to apply this knowledge and show that they have grasped this knowledge of analysis. So it's, in other words, they should be able to put what they have learned into practice. If I can just comment a little bit on the approach that we can deliver this course, I think it cannot be theoretical. It will be very heavy on the eyes. People will tend to sleep if we just address theoretical issues related to policies, laws, and not mentioning climate change and so on. So I think some of the approaches that can be followed, what we call context-based learning, where they will use real life examples to practice what they have learned in terms of policies. And also there are some methods, we call them argumentation, where they will be sitting in a setting and they will be arguing on a certain issue that they have picked up for their particular project or particular topic for that course. Now, this will enhance all the skills that you have mentioned earlier about analytical skills, risk assessment skills, investigation, and so on. So we want to see them able to use this knowledge in these settings. Now, cases, I think for climate change, we cannot have fictional cases, because we have many real cases locally and worldwide. And it's very spot to the point when Mr. Roger mentioned that we should also address issues not here. Although we might have different climate, might have different challenges on our climate change issues, but we should also address the other issues, because that will open our horizon to other issues, and we might find out that they might be related somehow to what we have here. So addressing real world issues is very, very crucial. And that's where, when I mentioned that climate change is very versatile, and we have many diverse issues, and I might come from a certain background, that will be, let's say, if the program doesn't cover anything on energy in particular, then that's where I can apply the knowledge I have on my field. So and this is where we can apply the heuristical approach rather than pedagogy, because heuristical is more on the independent learning. So I give you the tools, and now you go and choose your learning approach. So you can choose any issue that you want to discuss regarding policy or environmental law, and they can come out with complete assessment of either the policy or the situation that they are addressing, and they can look in, let's say they are looking into alternative energy, then they can look at the available policies, and then they can assess whatever kind of issue they are working with. One example, when we talk about climate change and talk about greenhouse gases, for example, and the effect on the ozone, at one point, one of the solutions offered was, or proposed was, to use alternative chemicals to cover the ozone. So they will do the job by protecting our environment from ultraviolet. Now, this is a very interesting issue that somebody from engineering or science background can address, to look into the risks of this particular solution, because you are putting chemicals there. So we have to look in whether this solution is really viable and safe, or are we solving one problem and creating another? And that's where you can look at it from scientific perspective. At the same time, you can go back to the laws and to the policies and see, do we have policies in place to address this kind of solutions? We are talking about EVs, for example. EVs are not coming with zero cost. You know, they are coming with, I mean, on the environment and on the climate change. They are coming with issues that we have to look into these issues. Of course, scientists and engineers will be able to evaluate these aspects, and they should be able to say our policies are sufficient and our laws are sufficient in that aspect. So if we have the cost conducted in this context, on this manner, I think that will make it more practical, and it will create the kind of people that we want actually on the ground. They're dynamic and that knowledgeable, and also they're able to apply the knowledge, not just have the theories, and they can, because you can talk about theories forever, but when we come to application, then that's the challenge that we will have. Having interdisciplinary is also very, very crucial, because to assess, as Dr. Mirza mentioned earlier, it's not just environment, it's economy is there, governance is there, so social aspect is also there. So we need this kind of multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary to be there. And if we have this group of students from various backgrounds, that would be very ideal, where you address an issue from various aspects. Now, going back to the NGOs, I think it's very crucial for this program to involve not only NGOs, we should be involving government agencies, we should be involving the industry. TNB is there. They're admitting that they are polluting the environment. So you should call them and to the cause and say, what is happening and what can we do? You know, this kind of argument. If let's say the students come out with a finding that our policies are not sufficient, then they should be able to call somebody from the government and call the NGOs on board and have this kind of debate as part of the course, not as just an extra, activity. As part of the course that they will have to have this kind of debates with the NGOs, with the government agencies, as well as the industry. And then from there, they can bring all their arguments and see whether they are able to prove their concept or prove their point that they are addressing in that aspect. I think if we consider that in the way we deliver the curriculum, that will encourage many to join. I'll be one of the first to join, because it's for us engineers, if when it goes too theoretical, we tend to shut down. Because when people start talking, we want to say, how can I put this into practice? How can I apply this? Because it's an applied discipline. So if we can see that any knowledge can be given as a tool and this tool can be used, I think that would be quite attractive for others. That's from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Ma'an. Definitely, we are looking at making the course practical, having experiential learning, engaging with stakeholders. In fact, in our online participants we have from various sectors, civil society, government agencies who are listening to us now. And they will be brought in to help us in designing the curriculum. I think the main point that you have stressed on since the beginning of this session is the versatility of the program itself, yeah? That it is interdisciplinary and we cannot just have a theoretical based program. Thank you, Prof. Ma'an, for that. We move now to Dr. Nurmiza, who will be sharing with us how do we incorporate industry engagement, yeah, in delivering the CCPL course.
Okay, thank you very much again. Perhaps for this question, I can draw from some of my experiences because I was teaching before as well. Since it was on power engineering, so we really had to think hard how to make it more practical, like mentioned before, right? I believe that industry engagement actually contributes a lot, especially in the form of giving the real fabric and color to this kind of not only conversation, but the syllabus itself. Definitely when it comes to the mechanics, it can be in the form of having, co-teaching, but coming from industry, I know how hard co-teaching is with industry people. We are not we can't sometimes stick to same hours every year coming to the colleges. But definitely when it comes to, for example, contributing in the form of advisory panel in the syllabus itself, and then giving expert talks or even having forums like this. Okay, the very reason that I accepted this forum is that because not only that we get to meet people, but we get to learn from other panelists as well. So in a way, I see that if we have our postgraduate students, right, being exposed to this kind of conversation, okay, real issues, real matters that happen out there that can impact or help in their career, it would be the kind of things that will be very valuable. Okay, how is it different, right? Doing one particular additional degree, additional qualification, compared to others, especially in this kind of topics whereby there's no definite answer. Okay. And secondly, when it comes to tackling on how we see engagement with the industry would be, one would be definitely how do they view the future? Okay, sometimes what I like to tell people is that we start off by envisioning a certain future at a particular timeline or milestone, right? And then we basically backcast. Normally people only forecast, right? So backcasting, because this is how you shape policies without knowing what kind of endpoints we want to reach at. We can possibly think about policies that may be relevant for longer time. Okay, so that could be a bit conceptual. Okay, however, there's a need. And also when doing backcasting as well, what's important is to know our starting point. Okay, because we can't reach utopia by just copy pasting from other regulations. And the second thing that we need to look at is actually the current issues we are having. Okay, so this relates to the starting point just now, because from really assessing where we are, this is where we know, okay, what kind of mitigation, what kind of adaptation that we have to do. Okay, and I think this is still also relevant when it comes to looking at policies, regulations and all that, because this view of not only resolving current issues and also the view of ensuring that what really we want to reach for climate actions, right, is to survive, is to be still there for the world to continue to be a safe place to live in. So this kind of today and future must be integrated, and how to integrate it is definitely to always involve, the industry as well. The different sectors may see different ways of resolving, planning, right, for climate-related topics. And sometimes when we talk about climate action, climate change, it's all doom and gloom. It feels like the world will end somewhere. Partly this is because of those movies. They show us that we need to move to Mars, for example, right? Or we need to live in bunkers. There will be like fires everywhere. The future is bleak, full stop. Okay. But actually, when it comes to how the industry view it, this is an opportunity. Okay. But opportunities also mean that people will look at regulations, acts as something where can I play best, or what's still not addressed yet. So these opportunities, it may translate to money, but it may also translate to looking at gaps when it comes to regulations. And my final point would be, that's from the industry perspective, but the reality is back to people, because it is about lives, it's about biodiversity, it's about the planet. So don't lose sight of what really matters. Okay, it's not just another paper, another case, or another win. It is really about climate change, sustainability, us, okay, survival, our future generation. So this is where the intricacies, and like NGOs, we need to have NGOs there, we need to have industries there, we need to have experts, for example, on the theoretical side. We need definitely many experts on the existing policies, on the starting point, and we need people with visions as well. So that would be how I see the interplay and also the involvement of the different people or different experts coming into this kind of new programs, new syllabus.
Thank you, Dr. Nurmiza. We would really expect the industry to come in and give input. As Dr. Miza has stated, they can become a panel of advisors for our curriculum, and we could call them in for talks, having engagements with the industry. Because the way that the industry think is actually, as you have mentioned, very different from how we think in the universities, because we are very theoretical. We don't go down to the ground too much. You are the people who go down to the ground and is able to empathize, with what is happening in the government, in the companies that are operating, as well as the people that you are affecting in your operations. So yes, definitely we will bring them in the industry. So we have come to the end of our 2 sessions, our roundtable. It is 3:30, or rather nearly 3:45. I think we can have some fertile discussion with the participants of this roundtable. If there would be any questions in the chat screen, perhaps you can show the chat screen, our IT team, so that I can read any questions that have been posed there. Would there be any physical attendees who would like to ask any questions? We have several people here. Yes, any questions from the physical attendees? I have a gentleman there with a microphone. Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Muhammad Nomad Yazid, LLM International Law, IIUM.
Okay.
I would like to raise an issue about development and planning in the university, campus university lately, and that's been after 2000 years, because from my observation, the planning on the university development in the 1970s better than 2000 and after. For example, the first phase of UKM, if you look, the design is a very, at that time, we never mentioned about climate change or ever environmental, but the planning is very, very good. Because the student from college hostel, A, B, C, D, E can go to the center just walking, no need to use buses. And then it can reduce the monoxide, the gas. But in the second phase of UKM, I think the Faculty of Engineering, Education, Law, that's totally different with the first phase of the university, physical structure. And then also in the other university like UMS, University of Malaysia Sabah, also they totally separate the accommodation, the student hostel, and the administrative building and the faculty. That we have to use bus. Could you count how many monoxide, the gases every day, and then we reduce our Paris Agreement reduce the monoxide and all the gases and the temperature reduced to 1.5. But how could the university administration do not really understand what is the climate change, what is the Rio 1992 sustainable development, because the focus in understanding the society at the university. But if the university itself cannot understand the climate change, the sustainable development, how could the society could understand it? That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Cik Muhammad Yazid. I think a very relevant question, especially for the university administration. We are fortunate here in IIUM that our planning has been quite sustainable. We have our academic buildings in the middle and the hostels circular around it. So it's a walking campus for us. But of course, it's a very relevant issue that Mr. Yazid has brought up. Would any of the panelists like to comment on this? Prof.
Thank you very much for the question. Universities should be the engines and the motors of any change that should be taking place in the society, because we are a learning institution. So as we are teaching, we're also learning, and we should be improving the way we do things. I believe that if, let's say, few years back, probably even if we look at the city development, issues related to sustainability were not that taken into consideration. The focus was more on development, and that's it. That's it. Even if we look at facilities for OKU, even when looking at our KTM and early stages of our railway stations, you could hardly find these facilities. But I think with improvement in education, and universities are more aware about having this kind of sustainability development and inclusivity, we can see that the staff of the university, the students of the universities who are now the working force, they are more aware about this. And we can see the public are now kind of talking about these issues. Our river in IIM has issues. We've been, shouting and screaming about it for quite some time. The driving force that we have lately on the river issue comes from the students who have observed that the river has issues, and they were questioning what is happening, who is going to do anything about it. So I think that awareness is not coming from nowhere. It's coming from the education system that is now looking into these issues quite seriously. And I think now, even in our campus, we are looking about energy consumption and how we can conserve energy, how we can reduce our electricity bill, not just to reduce our expenses per se, but it's also related to, because the lower our electricity bill, that reflects on our greenhouse gases production as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Ma'an. I suppose Mr. Roger and Dr. Nurmiza, anything? Oh, we have questions. Thank you for pointing that out. There's one question. I think the last one, yes. From our partner from the University of Marwadi in India, Dr. Rishikesh or Prof. Dave, yeah, he's asking, most of the discussion revolves around interaction of science and law, but the impact of climate change will change a lot of things. And it will have psychological, economical, sociological, and political impacts. My question is that the scope of this program is very huge. How do we stay focused and keep it limited to certain aspects? Yeah, exactly the point that all of us have been talking about, how huge the coverage of the program will be. And do we need parameters? If yes, what would those parameters be, perhaps? Yes, Dr. Miza.
Okay, perhaps a bit on that. Whenever we are facing a very huge issue, what's important is what kind of outcomes we want to have. And I think the outcome is what kind of agility we would want from our graduates, because doing a degree is about preparing. The world out there is so huge. I still remember when I was doing undergraduate, right? People kept on telling me you'll use only maybe 10% of your knowledge. And I was trained in power engineering. And nowadays I use less than 10%, for example. But what's important is the process, right? The thinking, opening of your perspective, accepting that things may come. Those kind of skill sets are what important. Okay, so since it is an outcome based, and also because it's a wide topic, very broad, then comes the focus. Definitely we cannot cover everything. For example, when it comes to sustainability related matters, what we practice in industries is that we perform this materiality metrics. So basically every year we reassess, look at ourselves, what is material, what's important to us. Okay, so sometimes we have to take a certain boundary, right? Although perhaps it's a course which is offered to international students as well, still, perhaps, for example, the boundary is environmental, GHG, waste, water, and how this impact certain things. So I think setting the focus is number 2 after understanding what kind of outcomes of graduates. Okay, and I believe that definitely the first time around, the first few rounds, the clarity may not be on point, but as time goes by and we know more and more, then we can be more targeted. But to me, what's important is preparing the human capital rather than trying to cover every breadth.
Dr. Miza, I like your point on that. Yeah, it's a growing discipline, so we can't possibly set the parameters. Furthermore, it's going to be a postgraduate course, not an undergraduate course. So we're not aiming to cover everything there is to know about climate change. As long as we are able to have a draft or design program outcomes, yeah, outcome-based education, and realize those outcomes, that should be enough. And we leave it to our students to become the change makers that they should be. Yeah. Would there be any other questions? Yes, Mr. Roger, I forgot. Yes, you have something to say.
I think that is a good question. I just want to say that, at least from the legal perspective, from a climate conscious lawyer, certain things are given. For example, the questionnaire talks about psychological, economical, sociological, and political impacts. The first fact is the consequences are already happening. Climate change is, according, not my report, according to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report, which consists of a range of experts in their area, specialists in the area, and they are still working. About 40% of the world's population. How much is the world's population? About 8 billion now. We are talking about half of the world's population being affected by climate change on the basis of the IPCC report. We are talking about climate change also not on anybody's understanding or in any discipline. We are talking about a conglomerate of experts sitting down day and night working out how to have a definitive understanding of climate change. And they are in consensus that it is due to a human activity changing the composition of the Earth's atmosphere. And the carbon emission can be from sources as well as sink. The carbon from sources and also aerosol, and that includes precursors of GHG. That is in the report, international report, where all the 193 member states have already signed their agreement too. And this is the big, that's why I talk about the basis of understanding and appreciation of the problem. And this is happening in terms of what has been described. Okay, psychological, for example, you will suffer poor mental health, economical. If you look at COP26, already they are arguing on finance. They want the developing countries like India to stop using coal, like something like a jump start to another version of energy. But basically, the Indian side of the argument is, can we do that? What about your financing? So Europe says we will provide finance. How much is it? India says the budget is $1 trillion. And Africa, they said we need $1.3 trillion. They are actually financing, but it is not enough. And the other side of the argument in terms of what the gentleman question is it fair? The combustion, the emission of GHG happened historically 100 over years ago, where you pollute the atmosphere and burn the carbon during the Industrial Revolution. You make all the money. The developing countries made almost zero. For example, the low-lying country, they don't make any money. Now we are suffering most. So the one who suffer most didn't make that much money or very little or zero money. The one that has been making billions and trillions are the one who contributed the most. So this is not fair. So he has a point, but it is the last point that I would like to share my knowledge sincerely with him. The law, many people say, provide the answer. But I don't think that is 100% correct. The law can only be a solution to climate change, the problem, today's problem, only if it has enforcement. If you have a law with no enforcement, then it remains as mere platitudes. You must have this models. What are we talking about? We are talking about very simple things that the layman should be made to understand. Somebody is actually changing the composition, and then he is getting away. He's making all the money. So what should we do about it? The law must come up with a solution. And this is why I introduced climate change litigation. Why introduce this litigation and in a LMM course to prepare for the capacity to take out cases like this is so that we can solve the problem. You see, it is no point having theories and solutions and a lot of debate and discussion, but At the same time, somebody is committing the offense. Until, as I'm talking now, there are huge corporations breaking and they're getting away with it. So this is what climate change issue is about, to get the culprits. And sometimes the culprits actually get away in a very subtle way. You see, there's so many examples. Tanzania, Uganda, crude oil pipeline, billions. And then each country you will get about 2-3 billions. In Africa, you will be prospering, the government or maybe some other entity. But then when you look at the company, the shareholder is a French company. But they were keeping very quiet. So why? And who is going to bring this up? The NGOs will bring this up. And then we seek a solution. Otherwise, I think we are going to have problems, because this is the solution that we offer humanity. That look here, there's a way to solve the problem. But we cannot allow people who cheat the system. We cannot allow people who make great speeches in the United Nations, but come back and do something very different. We cannot allow that. And the others are actually secondary. You see, don't burn rubbish, don't use plastic and all that, secondary. Now we're dealing with a very huge problem. Like what what the former Chief Justice Richard Mahanjun says, don't go to an environmental conference, climate change conference. At the end of the day, what you see is only stacks of paper. I want action, he says. I think I do want action. If some people deserve, some bodies deserve the action, I would say yes. To answer your question, I want action. So it is not actually very broad in scope and all that. No, that's a very simple issue to solve here. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. As always, Roger has shown us that what we need is a solution-based approach in designing the course. And I would like to relate it also to what Prof. Ma'an said. Yeah, knowledge is only useful if it culminates into a change of attitude and behavior. And this is what we want to also inculcate in the course. I have a question here from one of our top management in IIUM. A new center has now been approved in our university. It's called Planet. I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm saying it's Planet IIUM or Planetium. Perhaps Dr. Lokman, if we can enable him to speak. Dr. Lokman, can we do that? Asya? Aisha? Can we enable Dr. Lokman to speak? Dr. Lokman, you're in the car now.
Yes, but I just...
Can you share with us your views? Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, thank you very much for having for giving me opportunity to say something. I feel so gladful when I heard that you are having the CCLP, right? CCLP course. Yeah, we are more than happy to contribute actually. So by looking to the course outline, I think we need to inculcate or to expose our student more in the forms of basic, what is climate change, and then what cause of climate change and what the solutions of climate change, so that the lawyer or the other field of the student can understand not just by on paper, but then they will know the real thing and how to solve the solutions of if we having like a flood, and some can be done by a case study or bring them to the real place where the climate where the disaster happened or something like that, you know, so we can focus on land, water and air. Okay, so we focus on that, so that we also have to expose them to the so-called we have the parameters like the measurements, something of chemical emission. So we have to differentiate between the numbers is referring to the allowable one or the one that can cause pollution. Okay, so like the industry should know about that, and then the industry should like responsible on having this kind of product which can cause a lot of pollution, something like that. Okay, so as we all know, this is like a collaborative work. We cannot work just one part or something. So that the lawyer can produce like kind of policy guideline and whatsoever, but it should be like concurrently, like we as like executor, we will do our main solution, the main solution or the campaign and whatsoever, in order to ensure that we can, if it's not to stop, but to limit, okay, to limit the pollution that we do, you know, and then of course the government should work together, not just locally but also internationally. So in short, I'm more than happy to contribute in developing these programs, these course outlines, and then yeah, that's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Lokman. Are you driving now?
Yeah, I'm going to Johor Bahru now because of we're having another program there.
Okay,
Yes.
super that you can give input whilst driving. Thank you and for joining us today. We will definitely engage with your center in designing our course. We welcome all your inputs. Thank you, Dr. Lokman.
Thank you very much.
Okay, would there be any other inputs or questions from the participants? You're welcome now to ask. Yes, we have a gentleman there. Can you introduce yourself?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Muhammad Zuhri Imran. I'm a student of Business Administration. I have a question for Dr. Nurmiza. I understand that it is hard to work for sustainability in a company which contributes to negative impact to the environment. But in that industries really willing to change for the better environment, or is it they need strict regulations and enforcement?
Okay, thank you very much. And I really appreciate that question because in a way that question appreciates me. I'm full-time doing this sustainability pathway. Our role is to actually move the corporation. So it's the same thing. It's actually awareness, right? Carbon accounting, actions, and also making sure that we do continuous engagements because we have many stakeholders. Okay, so to me, it's not really about having hard regulations. It's about evolving as a company and knowing where is the value creation as well. The world will move and leave us if we are not, looking for ways to actually become sustainable. And when I say sustainable, I'm not a tree hugger. It's about sustainability of the business as well. Okay, I can hug trees from time to time, but I'm saying that the way that we look at sustainability is not necessarily from the perspective of only greener lives. Okay, it is also about the bottom line. It is also about progress. And I do believe that sustainability is a journey. So that's why from the start, although it is huge challenge, I would say, balance against huge opportunities. Okay, businesses still move where the money is. Okay, funding, regulations, okay, other enablers, and also definitely skills and capabilities of people. Okay, this will be what make any company relevant. Okay. So that's why we are embarking on this long-term journey. We set our target in 2050, an aspiration for net zero, as well as an interim target for 2035. We look at the technologies which are in existence today, as well as we look at signposts as well. What could enable the turning point of becoming, greener when it comes to generating electricity, and also when it comes to transport sector as well. It's an adjacent sector to us. And beyond that, it is also our role to the nation, because tenaga is the main utility of Peninsula. So thank you so much for asking. If I may repeat, I appreciate the question because it appreciates the kind of effort that companies like us are moving.
Thank you, Dr. Nurmiza, for a very frank answer coming from TNB. Perhaps I can ask also Dr. Nurmiza, what type of renewable energy do you see Malaysia using in the future, especially Peninsular Malaysia, where we don't really have much sources of renewable energy, because you are from TNB and your main business is electricity. What about natural gas? What about hydrogen in Sarawak? What about biomass? What is it that Malaysia should look at?
Okay, thank you very much. That is very on point, because for Malaysia, we don't have high wind speed, right? So that's one, at least in Peninsular Malaysia. So that's one technology of the list for now. But studies have been conducted to actually look at the potential of low wind speed, definitely. The biggest renewable energy potential for Peninsular Malaysia remains as solar, but solar can be in the form of large-scale solar plants as well as the rooftop solar. And interestingly, in the past couple of years, due to the economics side and also the awareness of consumers as well, willingness to pay, willingness to look at the actual trade-off balance, we see that rooftop solar has been gaining popularity. More and more residential and also commercial customers are adopting this. And the offering comes from different companies as well. Beyond that, definitely in Peninsula, we still have some potential for hydro. Hydro has been there for a long time. One of the main generation sources since the electrification of Malaysia. I mean, it goes way back in the 40s, 50s. And beyond Peninsula, Sarawak, right? Still major hydro potential. And I think what I need to emphasize as well, for climate change, we live in the same world. Okay, so interconnections with other countries. So two forms of interconnection when it comes to tenaga, it is the grid, that huge pillars we see. We are interconnected to Thailand, to Singapore, right? When we want to address climate change, we need to also look beyond our own boundary. Okay, same goes whenever we think about tenaga. Tenaga's biggest renewable energy assets are actually in the UK. Okay, but it's the same world. Okay, we want to make sure that wherever we are, and actually our international business now under new energy division, it focuses solely on renewable energy. So that's the kind of positioning that we see on how the world moves. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Miza. Now, a continuation of the question that was answered by Mr. Roger, we have Prof. Dave from India asking, he agrees with you, Mr. Roger Chan, but the problem is, according to him, the law problem with the law is that it is very slow to evolve. And the pace of scientific development is much faster. And by the time we evolve a law, it's very late. And so he says also the law is the outcome of politics, and politics is influenced by industrialists and corporations that ensure enough loopholes in the law. So he's going into these challenges faced by us lawyers, when we talk about law reform, but the science is moving faster and politics will influence lawmaking. So what is your take on this?
I will not comment on the science because I do not think I'm competent in science. But as far as the law is concerned, I would tend to disagree with the proposition that the law is slow. When it comes to climate change action, as I said from the beginning, this is a special civil action. And we are actually in the race against time. There is no time more from my humble understanding. And the law actually on climate change can be moved very fast. For example, you can save so much time on adducing conventional evidence. Your presumptions is one notch higher, and then the hurdles are lower. If I use the solicitude test, straight away, we don't have to debate for months on the standing. Sources of information move much faster. And then the imposition of the time limit by Malaysian courts. Nowadays, Malaysian courts don't play the fool, give you a date, case management, you better comply, and then there's a series of, that's only for convention. Now you put the climate change case into the conventional structure, it will not fit because the climate change suit says that it has to move at a faster pace. Because by the time you dilly-dally, you will take years, because this is the understanding many people think that is going to last for years. Not in the climate change suit. Because if you have that in the LLM structure, it is never a climate change suit because we are in the race against time. The cases have already shown that there's a lot of what they call, when you want to move forward, people are giving you friction. You see, if you are a lawyer and your client pay you a hefty sum of fees, so you're going to look for all this friction to create the traction the other way around. So it's not going to happen. And that's what the courts are doing nowadays. And you can make laws, make provisions to hasten this process. And one more thing, if I make an allegation, if I make a proposition and things like that, it's not like the ordinary sense of proving or standards of proof. For climate change suit, you can go into the litigation by shifting the burden the other way around. I'm saying this, not me got to prove. In ordinary cases, you got to prove, bring your witnesses. But in climate change suit, you got to prove. And you got to show why it is not illegal, why you're doing such action. That's to talk about slow. I think it is not slow. That is an assumption which cannot be sustained in this era. We cannot afford. The race against time is so urgent when climate change problems crops up. Thanks.
Thank you, Roger, for that. I will allow one more question. Perhaps anyone from the room would like to, there's one from the chat. Oh yes, we have one from the chat from IIUM Kuantan, Dr. Artika. She says, I joined the session a bit late. My expertise is on the impact of climate change on health, and my PhD investigated on the impact of climate change on food and waterborne diseases in Malaysia. My master's student who will graduate this year did research on the impact of climate change on dengue cases. I'm willing to contribute if needed in terms of health aspects. Yes, definitely. Yeah, public health is very much relevant to our course on climate change. We would welcome input from you, Dr. Artika, and your students in our course. We will look for further engagement, inshallah, in the future. Thank you for that. Any specific questions from our students probably, or anyone from the back of the room there?
Just if
yes,
allow
Prof.
me,
Ma'an, yes.
Related to what Dr. Atika said, and also the question on that it involves many aspects. We talk about even psychological aspects related to the program. I think there are a few ways to go about it. The most important thing, going back to the outcome, what is the core elements that must be in the program that should be determined by the the course owner or the program owner, and that can be, of course, based on the discussions with like this discussion, going back to the NGOs, going back to the industry. Then we can decide on our core elements. I can see that policies and laws must be there because the course is about policies and laws. But looking at it from a practical, as we mentioned earlier, perspective. One thing can be done is probably also by consulting with different stakeholders to decide on, do we want to have various electives, but under categories. So maybe we can say energy can be one of them. So those who are interested in energy will be taking these courses, and all their projects and materials will be related to that. We might focus on health as one aspect, but again, we have to look into how much or how many people would be taken into that consideration. The other aspect is we go with all the general courses, and then the focus will be from the projects. So if you are coming from health field, then your project will be policies on how it can be reflected on health, psychology, or on even the science and technology aspect. So probably that could be the way the program can structure. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Ma'an, for that. Definitely, I think the second option would be probably more easier for us, because we have to look at the existing structure that we have, and maybe the projects would be able to enhance what the students are interested in. So student-centered learning will definitely be there in the course. And then electives later, yeah, if we have the instructors like you, inshallah. Okay, so what is the word from our organizers? Do we have time still, or shall we close? We can close, okay. Our director has spoken, our coordinator has spoken. So I think all of us can agree that we have had a very good, enlightening discussion with our panelists. So I would like to cordially, on behalf of the organizing committee, to thank all our panelists for today, Mr. Roger Chan, Prof. Dr. Ma'an, as well as Dr. Nurmiza. And we hope that this will not be the last engagement with you, that you will continue to be with us in our journey. And we would like now to invite our Professor Dean for the next session. So I'll change places now with him.
Okay, Alhamdulillah, with the end of the RTD, we are now nearing the end of our event. So to close this event, let me now invite Professor Dr. Farid Sufyan Shuaib, the Dean of Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, to deliver the closing remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Sati. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good afternoon. I suppose first, congratulations to Climate Change Policy and Law Center for the soft launch this morning by the Director, represented by the Deputy Director, Prof. Akmal Khuzairi, the Deputy Director for Student Development and Community Engagement. And thank you also to our co-organizer, Harun M. Hashim Law Center, led by Dr. Zuraida, for the support given to the regional conference and roundtable discussion. Thank you to the presenters, and thank you, of course, for the roundtable discussion this afternoon, Mr. Roger, Prof. Ma'an, Dr. Nurmiza, and the moderator, Prof. Sharifah Zubaida. And I suppose, of course, thank you for the participants who came from the morning and participants online. And thank you for the question and the comments and the offer to help in the continuation of the Climate Change Policy and Law Center works. It is safe to say that all over the world there is this better awareness of climate change. I suppose one of the things that happened all over the world is the extreme weather, the experience of extreme weather, and with that the flooding, and it happens in Europe, in the United States of America, in Africa, in Asia, of course, including Malaysia. We had experienced that before. It's raining now. We are worried that the thing repeat itself. Of course, flood is not something foreign to us in Malaysia. We had annual floods in the East Coast and in Sabah and Sarawak. But what happened last year is the unexpected, in the sense that it happened where it does not or never been flood before, near urban area. Therefore, the coverage, the airtime of the flood is more pronounced. And in some locality, the victims were left to fend on their own for several days, even weeks. So I suppose now people are aware about the climate change and the impact of climate change. And the next question is to ask, and in conjunction with the 40th anniversary of the National Islamic University Malaysia, together with 40th anniversary of Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, the next question to ask is, what is our contribution in facing this problem, in facing this issue? And I suppose in the context of today's regional conference, among our possible contribution is to create awareness to students, to the society on climate change, to provide them with the required tools in our context for future lawyers and our future graduates in general, and our future leaders to advocate the issue of climate change. You are hearing the thunder here. And to design interdisciplinary courses and programs for the future leaders, to make sure that it is context-based and involving case study and so on, so that it is practical, that could be implemented and so on. And the other thing mentioned, I suppose, in today's regional conference, that we need also probably to localize this perspective. Not that we want to separate from the world, but to give it context, to extract principles from local culture, for everyone to better understand the issue, the problem, to get the buy-in from the student, from the society on the issue, on the crisis as mentioned by Mr. Roger. And that is something essential, I suppose, from what we have discussed. So we hope that some of these objectives, some of the things that we have discussed can be contributed through the Climate Change Policy and Law Center in achieving those objectives. I suppose with that, again, thank you to Tan Sri Zulkifli Razak, Director, represented by Professor Zulkifli, Professor Akmal Khuzairi, the Director of Student Development and Community Engagement, for launching the Climate Change Policy and Law Center, and also officiating this regional conference that has come to the end, inshallah successfully. And thank you for participants here, physical, on-site, and also participants, the online participants. Thank you very much. And we pray to Allah that we will have more collaboration, more programs, so that together we can save the world.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Farid, for the very, I guess, accurate spirit of the conference. Okay, so to close this event, we will now proceed with the photo session before we give out the tokens. So I would like to request for everyone to remain in their seats while the photo is being taken. And then can we also request those who are online to switch on their camera so that we can also take a snapshot of everybody who is available online? Online. All right. Okay. Thank you so much, everyone. To show the Kuliah's gratitude to our panel, I would like to invite the Dean, Professor Dr. Farid Sufian, to present some token of appreciation to our distinguished panelists. So the first, I would like to respectfully call upon Mr. Roger Chan, the Chairperson of the Environment and Climate Change Committee Bar Council, to receive a token of appreciation from us. Okay, next, I would like to respectfully call upon Professor Dr. Ma'an Fahmi Rashid, the Deputy Dean, to receive a token of appreciation. Okay, and last but not least, we would like to call upon Dr. Noor Miza to receive a token of appreciation. We've been made to understand it's also her birthday today. So this is also, I guess, another birthday present appreciation token. Thank you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Okay, so distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we now have come to the end of our program. From the bottom of our heart, we would like to thank everyone, both who have attended here and who has joined us online for today. So we hope you have enjoyed and benefited from this event. And on behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to apologize for any shortcomings on our part. So we hope you can continue to support the Climate Change Policy and Law Center in IIUM, and we hope to see you again, inshallah. So those who are present here, before you leave, please enjoy the refreshments provided by the organizers in the banquet hall. Thank you. And just to